right, so let's get the home in. Get the home in. All right. So are they doing the senior night between games or before the first one? Between. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Okay. Home. Let's see what you got. No. Photos. There we go. Oh, that's better than I thought. Okay, 2 Faith. Argonne. 5 Grace Aragon. Cool. Very good. Very good. Do you need Coach Costlin's lineup? You want to take a picture of it? I got it. He texted it to me. Yeah, sure. You bet. I wish. Can't print it out, but I can let you take a picture of it if you want and can get it. Yeah, here you go. If you want, take a picture of it. I've got to get the other lineup off of that phone, so I can't let you have it. Or I could text it to you. No. I'm sorry. I need that phone. I've got the other lineup I'm putting in the book. Can I? You don't have a phone? Oh, okay. Okay. Here, let me see if I can take a picture with my extra phone before. Oh, here you go. He's coming. All right, so there it is. If you want to do what you need to do, take a picture or text it to yourself, whatever you got. I need to get the box caster. Oh, you got it? All right, and you'll share it with him? All right, good. Hobbs softball, yeah, baby. That's it. Okay, keep score, yay. Now, let's see. All right. Grace Aragon is 6. 22 is Jana Aragon. Jana Aragon, 5. Of course, 9. Jessica Monroe. Eight, Hannah Martinez. Okay, Hannah Martinez. Haven Schoolcraft. Okay. Schoolcraft DP. 3. Aislinn White. Okay. Aislinn White catching. 20. Brooke Rentner. Brooke Rentner is in left field. Ava Fuentes. Ava Fuentes. Is in right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. And Maddie. What is that? Maddie Flacco. Maddie Flacco. 3 flex. Okay. And a big bench. 12. Dom. Hopenka. 25. Kristen Guevara. Guevara. 18. Riley Whitaker. 76 is Bianca Villa. 19 Natalie Nahar. And 23 Mariah Torres. Okay. And now. Okay. 13, Kaya Boyle. 8, Marissa Young. Cameron Cantu. Cantu. 16 is Carissa Garcia. One is Edith Chavez. Coach Boyle. All right. So let's do this. Let's get that one back. Let's fill out my diamond. So Medina Rodriguez. Garcia. Young. Cantu. Harrison. That's Candace. That's Cameron. Ralston. And Chavez. Okay. And now let's see. Let's go over here. No. There it is. Taryn Whitaker. Oh, no. Those are the... Let's see. All right. Who's the Carlsbad head coach? What's the name, Brandon? Cody May. All right, thank you. For here, yeah. For Brad Santo? Brian Santo. Okay, thank you. Brian Santo. Oh, okay. All right. Let's get my diamond here. Who is pitching? Aragon. Faith Aragon. Who's catching? White. Flaco. Martinez. Jana Aragon. Carissa Garcia. Argonne. Who's in left? Rentner. Monroe. And Fuentes. Okay. Yay. All right, now, where am I on? What am I on? Oh, geez. All right. Hey, what am I on today? Okay, Lee County News and Sports News Channel. Okay.
Hello, sir.
How
are you today?
Yeah, no, I'm in the booth. Jerry actually let you do baseball, so I'm in his corner. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Nope, he's in Hobbs with baseball. I got lucky. Yeah, King's cool. All right, thanks a lot. Have a good game. I'll talk to you later. Okay, bye.
So you just fill up the zeros, huh?
Well, the lights have to warm up.
Okay.
It's
I know
just
when I
something
did
I've
the other
learned.
night, I thought when I put the third out, if they didn't score, the zero would automatically pop up like on the baseball side.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, they're finicky. So, just like all of us. So
So you turn it on and let them
warm up.
that's your LED lights?
I don't think that's
I don't think
LED.
they're LEDs.
No, I don't think so.
That's a 26, by the way.
That is a 26.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So
Fans for us today.
Well, I was wondering if you were going to get some moving air. I would have brought the JV air conditioner, but Diva wouldn't let me.
Are you gonna sit there? Are you gonna sit up, or there's not a place for you?
I didn't know about it.
You guys can share this. Brandon and I will share this.
Can you put it down? Put it down on the floor and let it blow underneath. Would that be?
Let's see.
So you know these girls' names pretty good then?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Kaya Boyle,
Kaya Boyle.
Edith Chavez,
Edith Chavez.
Anaya Rodriguez,
Yes, Anaya.
and then Yaraceli.
Yes, Yaraceli Medina.
Yaraceli.
Yaraceli Medina. You got it. Cameron Harrison and Candace Harrison are sisters.
Okay. Cameron Cantu.
Cameron Cantu is right.
Okay.
Carissa Garcia, they do call her Carrie if you want to.
Okay.
And Kylie Ralston. Kylie. Kylie Ralston. Yes, sir.
She was singing classic.
On the bench, that is Briseis Armendariz. Briseis. Briseis, yes.
Explain her allergies and
Angel Jimenez.
all four of the kids.
That's Jimenez.
And Alexis.
Lexi Martina. Lexi. Uh-huh. And that's Hannah Souter.
Souter.
Souter, not Suter. Souter. Yeah, just pretend the U is a W. Souter. Yeah. And Hannah Granillo.
Anna
Granillo.
Granillo.
Granillo, yeah.
Can I see your Hobbs girls?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Just
There you
kinda
go.
get a last
Yeah, you
name.
bet. You bet. You bet.
Back to
And I'll go down the
Check something real quick.
let's see, photos. Let's see, Brandon, let me ask you about a couple of your girls.
Okay.
Our Faith and Grace sisters, Aragon.
Yes.
Okay. Is it Jana Aragon?
Jana.
That's her
Okay,
cousin.
Jana Aragon, and she's a cousin.
That's the cousin.
Okay. Is it Jessica Monroe?
Jessica Monroe.
Okay. Hannah Martinez.
Hannah.
Haven Schoolcraft.
Correct.
Aislinn White.
Aislinn. Yes.
Aislinn White. I think I remember from basketball, maybe. Brooke Rentner.
Yes.
Rentner.
Rittner.
Rentner. Okay. Ava Fuentes.
Yes, ma'am.
And Maddie Flaco.
Yes.
Dom Hopenka.
Hopinka.
Hopinka. Okay. Dom Hopinka. Kristen Guevara.
Kirsten.
Kirsten. Okay. Kirsten. Dom Hopinka. Riley Whitaker.
Yep.
Bianca Villa.
Yes.
Natalie Nahar.
Yep.
And Mariah Torres.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Got it. Thank you so much. Okay, 64. Where are they ranked?
We had an Armandaris back in the day. Armandaris, he was a shortstop.
And I did check my stars.
Remember Armandaris?
They were ready to hit.
Okay. And this,
She went on a scholarship
Rankings. Number 11.
get him?
11.
back east.
No.
Southern.
Oh, 5A. Number 11 overall.
She could hit that ball, couldn't she?
5A. 5A. They're number 9 right now. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I don't think she went to UConn. That was Stanford. Stanford.
Is number 17 Granado?
Granillo. Granillo.
Granillo.
I-L-L-O. Granillo. You got it? All right. No problem. And
Monica.
let's see. Carlsbad.
Armandaris. About 6 foot. She was tall, big, little. Make sure you're related to Lupe and Calderon.
I went to school with a Lupe Armendariz.
Lupe and Daniel and
I don't remember a Daniel Armendariz. Lupe.
And Hobbs or
Not,
you?
Hobbs, yeah, not him. Yeah.
Did,
No,
did
yeah.
Epi retire?
I wonder, Epi, I don't think,
I remember Epi Calderon.
yeah, Epi Calderon. I grew up in Loving for a few years, and we lived there and here. And Epi his family was there when I was. And yeah, Epi went to the high school for a while. He was one of the principals. And you know, I haven't seen or talked to him for a few years. I think maybe he did. He was in administration, and I think he moved over
Something with
to another
IT,
admin. I think he did move over to another admin somewhere or doing something. So yeah, I liked Epi.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
What's up, everyone?
How you doing?
How we doing?
Okay, Carlsbad.
So we got Sudden. Sudden, who else is gonna be with you? Eric. Who? Hurdle. Who's behind the plate? Oh.
grew up and loving the women's fast pitch league was going on. My mom played, but I remember I grew up watching the Jets. They were fantastic. They were always state champions usually. Flo was the pitcher, I think. I don't know who the coach was. I just remember some of the players' names. I think was it Flo Valdez who was the pitcher? Yeah.
Won the high school open.
Oh, really?
So he was the first football and softball.
Ah,
And
yeah.
won the state championship.
Yeah. Yeah. And my dad coached little league teams. Yeah, the women's fast pitch team. Becky, yes. Becky. That's right. Becky was. Yeah, Becky was. That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
She was my first sponsor. My
Yeah.
first band.
Yeah. Becky's Drive-In. Oh, yeah.
Stars.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Sports Center.
Yeah. Yeah, we just knew her a little bit. She was good friends with one of the coaches, one of our friends who played and coached girls softball over there in Hobbs, and he was good. Oh, yeah. I do too. I wish I had played. I didn't start till I was an adult, and I thought, oh my God, why have not been at that? Yeah, she was a good athlete, and she was a real character. She has a good personality, real pistol.
He's been inducted into the NBA Hall of Fame.
Really? Huh, that's interesting. Wow, cool.
The day before the induction ceremony, we're back east, Chicago, New York. She was
Wow.
getting her hair done, and so was Charles Barkley. And she
Oh.
asked if she could have his autograph. And he says, well, I want your autograph. She goes, what? You want my autograph? He goes, this time tomorrow, ma'am, you're going to be in the NBA Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a good story. That's cool.
She's fighting a little bit of cancer and
I had heard that she was sick, but I didn't
still
know.
working.
Well, I know when I drove by the drive-in, I noticed were cars there. It was still open, so that was.
Sold it a while back.
Oh, did she? Ah, okay. All right.
Restaurant drive-in and also
The sports. She did the screen printing and stuff, right?
sessions for all the complex. And
Ah, for the sports. Well, good for her.
went out last night
Hope she fights a good fight.
against Hobbs.
Alright, well, they want me to announce something.
Okay. Ooh, I gotta go.
Okay, we'll be back.
All right. All right.
Just real quick,
And welcome into
the Cavemen are up 1-0 in the top of the second.
that's a quick score update. So baseball, first of two games in the baseball team, barely underway. I'm Dawn Morgan, and thank you for joining us for Hobbs Lady Eagles softball in Carlsbad. Last two games of the regular season and of district, and the Hobbs girls are out on the field warming up, loving the Carlsbad girls as well. You're listening on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And the game today is brought to you by award-winning internet provider TDS. Get the blazing fast internet, integrated TV, and reliable phone services your home or business needs. Visit hellotds.com to learn more. So we're going to get the first of a doubleheader underway on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Just a little bit of a breeze. It's blowing from left to right across the field. It's probably blowing about 10, 15 miles an hour, gusting stronger at times. Probably not much of a factor. Some balls may hang up just a little bit here and there, but great facility here in Carlsbad, and happy to be in the booth. So we thank Athletic Director, we thank Greg Haston for helping make those arrangements and okaying us to be up in the booth so that I could go ahead and get the camera running. So you've got video and audio going on today. And let's run down your rosters. We will start with Carlsbad, even though they're the home team. and go through the batting lineup. Number 2 is Faith Aragon. She's your pitcher. Batting second is number 5, Grace Aragon. I understand that they are sisters. She is a shortstop. And starting at shortstop in this game. Number 22, Jana Aragon, is batting third. She plays third base. I understand she is a cousin to the other 2 girls. Batting fourth is Jessica Monroe, your center fielder for Carlsbad. Batting fifth is Hannah Martinez, your second baseman. Batting sixth is number 11, Haven Schoolcraft, your designated player. Batting seventh is Aislinn White, your catcher. Batting eighth is number 20, Brooke Rentner, your left fielder. And batting ninth is Ava Fuentes, your right fielder. Your flex player is number 17, Maddie Flacco. She plays first base and will not be batting. The designated player or batter is Haven Schoolcraft. Coach Brian Santo is your head coach of the Carlsbad the Cave Girls, and they are 24-0, unbeaten this season. Of course, 10-0 in district, looking to finish out with a perfect district record, but Hobbs would like to spoil that. Carlsbad is the number 1 ranked team in 5A and number 1 ranked overall in the state of New Mexico, according to Max Preps right now. So these 2 games very important as the Lady Eagles come in 16-8 overall. They are 6-4 in district. And if they were to be able to win 1 or 2 of these games, that would be huge. It would really affect their record going into the seeding on Sunday by the NMAA. And it would certainly affect where they got seated and who they would play first, and if they got a home game for next week's playoffs. But they really just have to worry about trying to win 1 or both of these games. And, of course, Carlsbad wants very much to stay perfect on the season and in district. So we'll have a battle coming up this afternoon. Carlsbad has beaten Hobbs twice so far this season. But Hobbs would like to change that and try to steal a game or 2 away from the top-ranked team in the state. Turning over to your Hobbs Lady Eagles, your lineup for today. Batting first is number 13, Kaya Boy, your designated player. Batting second is number 8, Marissa Young, your second baseman. Batting number 3 is Cameron Cantu, your shortstop. Batting fourth in cleanup is number 16, Carissa Garcia, your first baseman. Batting fifth is number 1, Edith Chavez, playing right field. Batting seventh is 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher. And batting in that 7th slot is number 7, Cameron Harrison, playing left field, position 7, a lot of 7s there. And batting 8th is number 5, Kylie Ralston, your center fielder. And batting 9th is number 10, Candace Harrison, your third baseman. And number 11, Yaraceli Medina, is your starting pitcher for Hobbs. She'll be your flex player and will not be batting. Your designated player, of course, is Kaya Boyle. Coach Dean Crossland, your head coach. He has assistants. One of them is Anthony Boyle. Your bench for Hobbs, number 2, Briseas Armendariz, number 6, Angel Jimenez, number 14, Hannah Souter, number 15, Lexi Martinez, number 17, Hannah Granillo. And your bench for Carlsbad, number 12, Dom Hopinka. Number 25 is Kirsten Guevara. Number 18 is Riley Whitaker. Number 76, Bianca Villa. Number 19, Natalie Nahar. And number 23, Mariah Torres. So Hobbs will be up first as the visiting team. They will be batting first. And your field will be Faith Aragon on the mound, White behind the plate. That's your battery. Flacco on first, Martinez on second, Aragon on third, Aragon at short, Rentner in left, Monroe in center, and Fuentes in right. And I understand this is senior night, so between games, the Carlsbad team will announce and honor their graduating seniors from this team in a ceremony between the 2 games. So I'll keep the camera running. I won't have audio. I'll turn the audio up. It may not be able to pick everything up, but there will be room made for that. So the time between games is supposed to be about 30 minutes with that ceremony. It may be about 30 minutes, or it may be just a little bit longer than that. We'll have to see. We'll take a break and come back. The umps are out at home plate awaiting the coaches for a little meeting. The teams in their huddles. Carlsbad over around third base. Their dugout is over there on that side. And Hobbs is out in right field. Their dugout on the right. Carlsbad on the left. This field is situated, I am looking straight out northeast. So behind me is southwest, and in front, dead center, is the American flag, and it's pointed northeast. And the wind right now is blowing left to right across the field. And the stands are starting to fill up. See a lot of blue, so of course Carlsbad, the home team, with a lot of fans, but plenty of black and gold too. So a lot of Hobbs fans are making that fairly quick trip, about an hour, 15 minutes, over to Cave City. So the teams, Hobbs is getting back to the dugout. Carlsbad still in their huddle. And now the head coaches are at the plate with the umps, having their before-game meeting. Coaches turning in their lineups to the umps, shaking hands, and we're just about set to get this one underway. Happy to be here. Thank you very much for listening, for following, and you do have these games brought to you on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. We'll take a quick break as we probably have with the announcement and the national anthem. So we will take a quick break and be back in a couple, 3 minutes with the start of the first game, first of a doubleheader here in Carlsbad.
Number 2, precise.
And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thanks for joining us. We are just about to get this one underway, the first of a doubleheader in Carlsbad. Beautiful field. It is artificial surface. Well kept. The outside fence is transparent, and there are a number of people set up in lawn chairs all around the outside of the fence watching, as well as folks up in the stands underneath the press box where we are. Faith Aragon, your starting pitcher for Carlsbad, on the mound, taking warm-up. And we're just about ready to get this one underway. The umps have had their home plate meeting with the coaches. Girls are warmed up. And it will be your visiting Hobbs girls up to bat first, of course. Coming up first, number 13, Kaya Boyle. Boyle normally plays second base. Boyle has been fighting an injury and is going to be batting only in this game again, but a very capable batter, good leadoff hitter. She'll be up first. On deck is Marissa Young, your second baseman, and in the hole is Cameron Cantu, your shortstop. So we are ready to play ball.
Number 13, Kaya Boyle.
Ready for the first pitch. Aragon on the mound, Whitzel behind the plate. First pitch is going to be outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. As you would expect, starting pitcher for the number 1 ranked team in the state. He's got a lot of speed. She's a left-hander, a windmill pitcher. And that is going to be just a little outside as well.
Outside ball 2, 2-0.
However, she is getting a little closer to the outside of the plate. Nice breaking ball. Just not quite touching the corner yet. Boyle letting the first 2 go. 2-0 the count. And that is a strike. Call strike 1. 2-1 your count on Boyle. Looking to get something started for Hobbs. They need base runners and runs across the plate. And that's going to be high for ball number 3. It looked like Aragon was working a bit of a changeup maybe. It just got hung up in her hand just a bit. 3-1 the count on Boyle. And that is fouled off to the right, out of play for strike 2. So the count full now. 3-2 on Boyle. First batter up. Swinging at that just a little bit late. Aragon with a lot of speed and a lot of spin on her ball. And that's going to be outside. Just missed the corner for ball 4.
Number 8, Marissa Young.
So Boyle will take the walk and be on first. That brings up number 8, Marissa Young, your second baseman, to the plate. So top of the first. No outs, 1 on. Young, left-handed batter, and she watches the first one. It is a call, strike 1. Oh, yes, on the outside corner. That ball had a little late breaking movement, kind of rose a little bit as well. So 0-1 the count. And she shows bunt, pulls, and that's going to be a strike because she did not pull the ball back. I think the ball itself was a little high and outside, but she left the bat over the plate when the ball crossed it. So I agree with that call. Unfortunately, but now 2 strikes on Young. She won't be bunting, but she'll be protecting the plate with 2 strikes on her. And that is going to be just a little high for ball number 1. So Young flinched on it, didn't offer. So the count 1-2 now on Young. No outs, 1 runner on. She shows bunt again, and actually she bunts. It goes foul, pops up behind the plate.
2-2.
So 2-2 is your count. Young back in the box, 2-2 the count. Boyle still on first. She worked a walk. And that's going to be high for ball number 3.
Full count.
So count now full. As Argonne Payoff pitch coming in, and that's, call, strike 3 on the outside corner. So that is out number 1, a strikeout, first strikeout for Argonne. So Argonne, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, and that brings number 3, Cameron Cantu, your shortstop, to the plate.
Brings up number 3, Cameron Cantu.
So Boyle still out on first, 1 out, Cantu at the plate. Oh, beautiful pitch. And it's a little bit low, though. Just a little low. I think it was right across the plate. But Cantu watches it. 1-0. Aragon took a little speed off of that one. This one, she brings the heat back, and it's a little higher. Cantu gives a half swing, makes some contact. It fouls it off over to the Carlsbad dugout. So 1-1 the count. 1 out, 1 on, top of the first. No score. Cantu, 1-1 count. And that is going to hit just a little outside. Carlsbad faithful wanted that and thought that would be a strike, but 2-1. And a hit, a well-hit ball, long fly out. Is it out? And it's out of the park. Whoa! And that is going to be a 2-run home run for Cameron Cantu. Surprising. I didn't think that had enough in it to make it all the way out of the park, but it fell just outside the fence, right by the scoreboard. And quickly, just like that, Hobbs up 2-0. So Boyle, who reached on a walk, comes in, and then Cameron Cantu crosses the plate. So
We'll be honoring our seniors between the games tonight, and I've also been told that the mayor will be here making a presentation.
2-run home run for Cantu, cleans off the bases, 1 out. Number 16, Carissa Garcia, your first baseman, up to the plate. First pitch is going to be a call strike on the outside corner. So Hobbs girls are going to have to adjust. This umpire is definitely looking at the corners inside and outside, and if it's close, they're going to have to swing. He may call it. That was not close, in the dirt outside for ball 1. So 1-1 your count. Never a problem if the ump is calling corners. Sometimes they're generous calls, and sometimes they're not. As long as they're consistent, you know what to expect as a batter and as a pitcher. Garcia fouls one off. So 1-2 the count. That was a pop out of play to the right. So after the 2-run home run, bases are clear for Garcia. Hobbs would like to keep the at-bat going. That's going to come out just a little low and outside. Ball 2 evens up the count. So 1 out, nobody on, 2 runs across. Garcia, cleanup hitter at the plate. Chavez is on deck, Rodriguez in the hole. And catches a piece of that. Garcia swinging very late, but realizing she's protecting the plate, fouls it off out of play over our heads. Count remains 2-2. Faith Aragon working her speeds, keeping the batters a little off their heels. And a swing and a miss as
Strike 3 for out number 2.
Garcia strikes out for out number 2. And Garcia
Brings up number 1, Edith Chavez.
had that excuse me swing, but she realized and just swung on that a little bit late. So 2 strikeouts for Aragon, 2 strikeouts, a walk. Edith Chavez, right fielder, coming up to the bat. So 2 outs, nobody on. And the first pitch will be high and outside for ball 1. Chavez, your right fielder for Hobbs. Bats in the 5th slot. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the first, 2-0 lead for Hobbs. Rodriguez is on deck, and Harrison in the hole. That comes in a little low for ball 2. 2-0 the count. Beautiful pitch. That's right across the plate. You bet. I was waiting. He took a little time to call that. And I thought, if that's not a strike, I don't know what a strike is anymore. So credit where credit's due, although Chavez watched it, gave it a good look, didn't offer on it. So 2-1 the count, and swing and a miss as she was in front of that, as Aragon with a bit of a changeup took a little speed off of it, brought it over the plate. Chavez a little anxious, so 2-2 is the count. Aragon using all the tools in her arsenal as a pitcher, and a foul off as hanging tough at the bat. Chavez, 2 strikes on her, protecting the plate, but also trying to find something she can hit. Hobbs would like to keep this at-bat going, get some more runs on the board. Carlsbad would like to shut him down right here and get in the dugout and get their bats going. And a hit straight away right into center field as Chavez waited on it. Good timing, hit it straight away for a single. So Hobbs looking to maybe get a little 2-out rally going here. As Chavez on first with a single. Number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher, coming to the plate. A left-handed batter. 2 outs, 1 on. Rodriguez at the plate. And a beautiful pitch. Yes, a call, strike 1. Has a lot of heat. A little late-breaking action across the plate for Argonne on that. 0-1 the count. So Rodriguez has had a look at it. And now she swings straight away. A high fly ball headed out between center and right. It's going to fall in and bounce at the fence. It will score 1. So coming in all the way from first, Edith Chavez, a lot of speed. She scores from first. Rodriguez has an RBI double, stand-up double. RBI double as Monroe shaded over and ran for it, but did not get there in time. She did get it and threw it in, though. So Rodriguez out on second. Actually, we're going to have a courtesy runner for Rodriguez at second. Rodriguez, the catcher. Often you'll have a courtesy runner for the catcher. And I did not see who that is out there. So we'll catch her number. I don't know. I didn't catch the number. I'll have to try to see. Number 2, Briseis Armendariz. That is Briseis, I think. So Briseis out on second in scoring position. Cameron Harrison, third baseman, up to the plate. 2 outs. She cracks at the first one. She sees, fouls it off to the right, out of play. Just a little behind that. Cameron Harrison playing left field, that is. Right-handed batter. 0-1 the count on her. 2 outs now, as Hobbs has put 3 across the board. 3 across the plate on the board. And a swing, and again, fouls it off to the right. Got to be careful. That hit a pole and ricocheted down. You can't afford to be sort of wool-gathering, lollygagging when you come to the softball or the baseball field, so you get hit in the noggin. And that is going to be outside for ball 1. 1-2 is your count, as Whitzel did a nice job moving over and blocking that one out, or Armendariz would have been on third base on a wild pitch. And that's going to come in, and it does get past Whitzel, and Armendariz does take third base. So now 2-2. 2-2 on Harrison. That is Armendariz on third. Hobbs with a little 2-out rally, and Harrison fouls another one off to the right. Count remains 2-2. There's Harrison protecting the plate, also looking for one she can hit. Try to get Armendariz home. Hobbs would like to put another run on Carlsbad. Very much wants to get this third out and end the inning. So they are 1 strike away from being able to do that. Hobbs. Oh, and that's going to be just a bit outside, as Carlsbad faithful thought that should be a strike, but it runs the count full. 3-2. Count full, 2 outs, a runner on third. Hobbs up 3-0, top of the first, and a hit, and it's a solid hit. It gets by Flacco at first, and a hot grounder finds its way to outfield. Fuentes picks it up, throws it in, and holds Harrison on first, but Harrison gets the RBI single. So Harrison with the RBI single on first. Armendariz scores. And now, up at the plate, number 5, Kylie Ralston, your center fielder, left-handed batter. She watches the first one, calls strike right over the plate and just right below the letters. So 0-1 the count. Still 2 outs. So my score bug just not cooperating. And a swing and a miss for strike 2. Ralston trying to find her bearings against Aragon. Aragon bringing the heat. And that's going to be called strike 3. Yes, on the outside corner. And Ralston goes down, but not before. Hobbs manages to put 4 runs across. They do that on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits, including a 2-run homer. So 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors. 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Carlsbad coming up to bat. Hobbs leading 4-0. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In the top of the first inning, 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first, and the Cave Girls coming up to bat. First batter is number 2, Faith Aragon, your pitcher, left-handed batter, left-handed pitcher. On deck is Grace Aragon and the whole Jana Aragon. So Carlsbad with some work to do. They trail 4-0. Hobbs winning in this one. It's early in the game. And Medina with a ball just a little high and outside. So 1-0 the count. And a swing and a big hit headed out. Is it going to be out of the field? Yep, and it's out of the park as Aragon with a solo homer makes it 4-1 with Aragon hitting the second pitch she saw and sending it out of the park, out over right field as Chavez drifted back and watched that go over the fence. So no outs, nobody on, 1 run across. And we go to Grace Aragon and Faith Aragon, a hitting pitcher. Not just a capable pitcher, but not a hitting pitcher, and that's all the more valuable. So Grace Aragon hits the first one she sees. It's going to go foul, and giving it a good chase was Candace Harrison at third base, also coming over Cantu. Neither of them could get to that in time, so it just becomes a long strike 1. So 0-1 is your count as we're here in the bottom of the first inning. No outs. And 1-1 is your count. So no outs. Bottom of the first, 4-1 is the score. Aragon, right-handed batter up the plate. And that pitch comes in. And, you know, if Rodriguez hadn't lost that just a little bit, that pitch was very close to being a strike. But it came in. Rodriguez blocked it out. But it's a ball, 2-1. Whoa, Aragon punched that over, pulled it completely to the left, way in front of that one, swatted it out of play for strike 2. So 2-2 the count. After a solo homer by Faith Aragon. Grace up to the plate, 2-2. Pitch comes in, a high infield pop. Coming under it is Garcia. Looks like she's got it, and she hangs on to it. So a pop fly to first base. Number 3 in the book. That's your first out, and batting third, number 22, Jana Aragon, a cousin to the Aragon sisters. Your third baseman up to the plate. So 1 out. Nobody on. Smacks the first one she sees. It hits just in front of Cameron Harrison in left field. A long fly ball is a solid hit for Aragon. She's on first. So a single puts Aragon on first. 1 out. 1 on. Bottom of the first. Number 9, Jessica Monroe, center fielder, up to the plate. Right-handed batter. First pitch is going to be in. High and outside for ball number 1. Medina, your starting pitcher for Hobbs. Rodriguez behind the plate. That's your battery. Garcia on first, Young on second. Candace Harrison on third. Cantu at short. That pitch comes in, I guess, a little low and outside for ball number 2. 2-0 the count. 1 out, 1 on. Your outfield for Hobbs, Cameron Harrison in left, Ralston in center, Chavis in right. Third pitch is a floater. It's going to come in just a little high. It's perfectly over the plate, but just a little high. So 3-0 the count. We'll see if Medina can throw the strike when she has to. 3-0 the count. Runner on first. And it comes in. Yes, it is going to be a call strike over the outside corner. So 3-1 is the count. 3-1 on Monroe. Aragon on first. Reached on a single. Faith Aragon, a solo homer. And that's going to be low and inside for ball 4. So Monroe works the walk. Aragon goes to second. Brings up number 8, Hannah Martinez, your second baseman, to the plate. She's batting in the 5th spot. So 1 out, 2 on. Carlsbad putting 1 across the plate in this at bat already. Oh, and that will get behind Rodriguez, and she's got to hustle because that runner came around third. It sent Jana Aragon to third, and Monroe advanced to second. So a pass ball because the catcher, she got a glove on it, so I'll have to call that a pass ball. And that's going to come in as 2-0 the count on Hannah Martinez. That's going to be high and outside for ball 3. So Medina with a 3-0 count now. 1 out, 2 on. Runners at second and third in scoring position for Carlsbad. Carlsbad would like to keep the at-bat going and pad their... And that's going to be a call. Strike 1, yeah. Nice pitch. Medina took a little speed off of it. Put it right over the plate. 3-1. Got to figure the take sign for Martinez was on. And the high pop fly. Rodriguez coming back for it. Is it going to stay foul? Oh. And she really had trouble gauging that. Kind of caught it behind her. I noticed she never took her mask off, and I don't know if she lost it in the sun just a little bit, but that's a tough one to play. It was a very high pop. It just becomes a long strike 1. So Rodriguez, now that's a grounder going to second base, and Young picks it up. She bobbled it a little but made the throw, and Garcia hung on to it. So for Martinez, but it does score as Martinez will have a little sack ground out to the shortstop. 4-3 in the book for the second out, but Carlsbad scores another run, so it's now 4-2. Brings up 11, Haven Schoolcraft, your designated player, to the plate. And the first pitch is in. Call strike one. Come on. That just does not want to cooperate. And there's going to be a hit straight up the middle. Ralston picks it up, throws it in, but it will score Monroe from third base. So it'll be an RBI single for Schoolcraft, who's on first. Monroe crosses and makes it 4-3 now. Hobbs leading by 1, 2 outs. 1 runner on. And Aislinn Witzel, the catcher, to the plate. First pitch comes in. It's over the plate, but it's low for ball number 1. So Witzel with a 1-0 count. Schoolcraft on first. 2 outs, 1 on. And that is a call, strike 1. Rodriguez did frame it up just a little bit, but I think it was legitimately a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. And a swing and a high fly ball to center. Ralston comes in under it and catches it for the 3rd out. So Witzel gives it a ride, but a fly out to center ends the at-bat for Carlsbad. Not before they put 3 on the board, though. So 3 runs in on 1, 2, 3 hits. 3 runs on 3 hits. No errors, 1 left on base. We're going to go to the top of the 2nd inning. Hobbs coming up to the bat, leading this one 4-3. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back. Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. As we go to the top of the 2nd inning, Hobbs leading Carlsbad 4-3 in this one. And it's the bottom of the order for Hobbs, number 20. Oh, it is the very bottom of the order. Number 10, Candace Harrison, batting 9th up to the plate. And then we'll start it all over again with Kaya Boyle and Marissa Young. Boyle on deck, Young in the hole. Medina, your starting pitcher, is a flex player and not batting. Harrison watches the first one come in, ball 1. So top of the 2nd, no outs, nobody on. Hobbs leading 4-3 in this first of a doubleheader here in Carlsbad. And that is going to be a little low and outside for ball number 2. Carlsbad faithful again, not liking that call, but I have to agree. I think it's a little low. Came very close to clipping the outside corner, but really just low. 2-0 now on Harrison. This is her first plate appearance. That hits what would be the dirt, but this is artificial surface, so it hits the ground. 3-0 is your count now on Harrison. You got to feel like the take sign will be on. And the coach wants to come out and talk about it just a little bit, so coach comes out having a little meeting in the circle with Harrison, Harrison at the plate, 3-0 count. Harrison, your first batter up for Hobbs in this at-bat. It's her first time seeing Aragon in this game at least. And that's going to be outside, and Harrison will work the walk. So Harrison on, no outs, top of the order now. Kaya Boyle, designated player for Hobbs at the bat. She walked and crossed the plate for Hobbs her first time up. 1 on, no outs. Boyle. Oh, that's a call strike, and Boyle looked at that one. That was a good pitch to hit, but now maybe she has seen it and has a bead on it. 0-1 the count. And flinches on that, doesn't go. Whitzel throws down to first, keeping Harrison honest there. She scrambles back safely. 1-1 the count now on Boyle. No outs, 1 on. Top of the second inning. Hobbs leading by 1 run against Carlsbad. And a swing as Boyle was way in front of that one. Hit it on the inside of her bat and pulled it over toward the Carlsbad dugout. So strike 2. Kaya, a second baseman. Kaya very young too. I believe she is an 8th grader. And she's nursing an injury, a leg injury, which is why she's only batting. Oh, swing and a miss. Oh, Faith Aragon threw up a changeup to Boyle and caught her ahead of it. So another strikeout. That's the 3rd strikeout for Argonne. She's issued 1 walk so far in the game as well. So 1 out, 1 on. Marissa Young, your second baseman, to the plate. She struck out her first time up at the plate. And she swings and misses this one.
Batter number 8, Marissa Young.
As Aragon brings the heat across the outside corner to Young. A lefty facing a lefty. And that one swing and a miss as well. As Young a little behind her and under her as well, swinging under the ball. I think it's as much a psychological thing, a mental thing as anything here. Medina Young, usually a good hitter, and swing and a miss. So 3 strikes, 3 straight pitches. Sometimes a pitcher, and as a pitcher, you want to get into the batter's head. You want to be fierce and you want to be intimidating. And sometimes as a batter, it can get in your head as a batter, and it's hard to get out of that sometimes. When you strike out against a certain pitcher, it's a little hard to get out of that groove. So 2 outs. Cameron Cantu up at the plate. First pitch is in. It's a ball. Cantu hit a 2-run home run her first time up. She's 1 for 1. And that's going to be outside and low for ball 2. 2-0. 2-0 on Cantu. 2 outs, 1 on. That is Harrison on first, work to walk. Hobbs would like to increase their lead, especially against this team. And that's going to be low and get away from Whitzel. And on second, Harrison will take that. So Harrison advances on that. And, you know, it was the ball was in, it hit the turf. I'm going to call that one a wild pitch. Shows bunt, brings it back, and call strike. So Cantu showing bunt. Pulls it back. 2-1 the count now on her. 2 outs. A runner on second in scoring position. Harrison reaching on a walk. Now trying to get around. Hobbs needs timely hitting here. And a swing and fouls it off out of play to the right. So Cantu working the full count. 3-2. 2 outs. 1 on. As Carlsbad would like to get back in the dugout and get their bat swinging, Hobbs would like to keep this at-bat rolling and move the runner across. And that's going to be a walk. That's going to be low and outside. So Cantu walks. So bases first and second occupied now with number 16, cleanup hitter Carissa Garcia at the plate. Garcia struck out her first time up. She's 0 for 1, second plate appearance. Swing and a hit straight away. A well-hit ball is going to go out to center. Monroe has to chase that. It hits the fence, and sliding in safely is going to be Harrison crosses. The throw comes in, and Cantu works a really nice sweep slide and crosses safely. And then Witzel throws down to first, but Garcia gets back in time. So Carissa has a 2 RBI single as she hits straight away. A well-hit ball out to center field. And here's another well-hit ball as Chavez hits it just over the shortstop's head. Grace Aragon reaches up for it, can't get it. And Chavez reaches on a little line drive over the shortstop's head. So a single puts Chavez on and moves Garcia over to second. So runners on first and second. Hobbs with another 2-out rally going here. Number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher, up to the plate. She had an RBI double her first time up. She's one for one. And that's going to be outside for ball number 1. So 2 outs, top of the second. Hobbs has put 2 across. 6-3 is your score. Wait a minute. Is that right? Yeah. And there's a grounder over to Martinez at second. She scoops it up, makes the throw for the 3rd out. So 4-3 in the book for the 3rd out. And that ends Hobbs' run. But they do get 2 runs across on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Hobbs leading this one 6-3. And we'll have more Lady Eagle softball on Lee County Sports News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. This broadcast is brought to you by award-winning internet provider TDS. Get the blazing fast internet, integrated TV, and reliable phone services your home or business needs. Visit hellotds.com to learn more. In the top of the 2nd inning, Hobbs had 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. And we go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Carlsbad coming up bottom of the order, number 20, Brooke Rentner. Rentner plays left field. On deck is Ava Fuentes, your right fielder. And then it'll be the top of the order. So 8, 9, and 1 as Rentner comes up to the plate. Hobbs leading this one 6-3 here in the bottom of the 2nd. Rentner's first plate appearance. Medina on the mound for Hobbs, Rodriguez catching. And the first pitch comes in, a call, strike 1. A soft pitch by Medina, but right over the plate in the center. So Rentner's got to look at it. Left-handed batter. Batting 8th for Carlsbad. And that's another strike as Medina puts a little more pop in the glove on it. And calls strike 2. 0-2 the count now on Rentner. Swing and a little grounder over to Garcia. She fields it, tosses it. Oh, and they're going to say safe as Garcia tossed it to Young. Young had trouble getting over there in time. And Rentner beat out the throw. So an infield single puts Rentner on. So close to being out. Really should have been an out for Hobbs. Ava Fuentes, your right fielder, up to the plate. No outs, 1 on. Bottom of the 2nd. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch by Medina as she kept it low and over the outside corner. Fuentes, swing and a miss for strike 1. As Hobbs facing a very good team. That was not an error, really, but they just didn't field that as cleanly and as well as they could have. And as a result, the runner got to first, and now a pass ball has Rentner on second. So pass ball on second. But Hobbs already doing, I think, better at the bat than they may have expected to. And they've got to be feeling confident with the 3-run lead, but it's never enough against Carlsbad. So this pitch comes in a little high.
2-1.
So 2-1 is your count now against Fuentes. Fuentes, your right fielder. Now Rittner in scoring position for Carlsbad on second. And swing and a miss.
Swing, strike 2, 2-2.
So evens up the count at 2-2. Bottom of the second, a runner on second, 2-2 your count, a lot of twos. As Medina back on the mound, ready. And this pitch, swing and a miss as she gets Fuentes. And that is the first strikeout for Medina. She's issued 1 walk as well.
Aragon.
So 1 out, 1 on. And top of the order, Faith Aragon hit a solo homer. Her first time at bat, 1 for 1. 1 out, 1 on. And that is going to be outside and low for ball 1. So let me adjust my score bug just a little bit to reflect the 1 out. 6-3 is your score. Hobbs leading. Carlsbad at the bat in the bottom of the second. And that is a good pitch, but it's just a little high as Medina put a little more heat on it, and it rose on her just a little bit for ball 2. Still a pretty good-looking pitch. She could bring that down just a hair. And a good hit, but a well-hit ball, high fly. It could be trouble, and it is. It's a Texas leaguer that falls in. Young went back on it trying to get it, and Chavez, the fielders are playing very deep because they know what good hitters Carlsbad team is. So that makes it a little hard to get in those shallow outfield hits, and that was one of them. So Aragon on second. Fuentes, or Rittner on third. Had to tag up, had to wait. This one pulled. It's going to go foul. It's going to go foul. And both Cameron Harrison from left and Cantu from short went over to try to get that. Neither one of them could get there in time. Really, even running full speed, there was no way they had room to get that one. So it just becomes a long strike, 2-1 the count. Runners on second and third now for Carlsbad. A swing and a hot grounder to Cantu. Picks it up, fires to first, gets her out. Then Garcia throws back over, and Harrison just misses the ball. I don't think that was a bad throw necessarily, but Harrison, the ball gets by her and goes over to the fence, and on that, of course, that's the danger when you do the throws, is that, yes, is there a chance you can get them out? Yes, but is there a chance that ball is going to get past and score? Yes. So it's a risk always, and Hobbs took the risk and lost this time. There's a grounder and gun to Cantu. Double clutches, throws to Garcia. Kind of a low throw. Garcia digs it and hangs on to it. So 6-3.
Got a score from Hobbs. Gavin her up 6-1 at top of the fifth.
6-3 for the third out. But Rittner scores. Aragon scores. And Aragon scores. So we are tied. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball from Carlsbad on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. In the bottom of the second inning, Carlsbad scored 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors. And actually there was a throwing error, or a catching error really, on third base. So third base that allowed 1 of the runs. So 1 error, 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on base. So we are at 6-5 now. Hobbs still leading by 1 run as Hobbs coming back up to the plate. Top of the third inning. Top of the third inning. Top of the third inning. No outs as I try to clear that score bug out. 6-5 your score. Hobbs leading by 1. And 1-1 is your count on Cameron Harrison, left fielder, up to the plate. And Harrison watches that one just a little outside. So 2-1 is the count on Harrison. Harrison had an RBI single and got stranded her first time up. She worked a full count before she hit that ball. And that is going to be a call strike on the outside corner. So 2-2 as Harrison leaned in, gave it a look, but let it go. 2-2 is your count. Harrison, the first batter up. It's the bottom of the lineup for, and she hits one. It's going to fall in for a hit as it goes between center and right field. A fly ball, solidly hit. Fuentes goes to the fence to get it, makes the throw in, and Harrison has a stand-up double with a well-hit solid ball out to right center. So a double puts Harrison in scoring position. Brings at number 5, Kylie Ralston, center fielder at the plate. She struck out her last time up. She's 0 for 1, shows bunt, and leaves the bat down. That's the only problem with that is got to pull that up. If it's a ball, it'll be a ball, but you leave the bunt down, and it'll be called a strike on you. So Ralston, 0-1 count. Looking to move the runner around, maybe bring her in. That ball comes in low and inside for ball 1. So 1-1 is Ralston, center fielder, capable batter. Just needs to pick out the right pitch. And she shows bunt and pulls it back this time. Throw down to second base, almost catches Harrison off, but she scrambles back safely as Witzel with a good arm. So 2 balls, 1 strike, 2-1 the count on Ralston. And she almost chases a high outside one, but lets it go. 3-1 is the count. Did not offer. 3-1 the count. And that is going to be a strike, call strike on the outside corner. As Ralston with a full count now. Hobbs really needs timely hitting. Bring Harrison around and in. They lead by 1 run, but they want to pad that. And a swing and a miss. As Ralston protecting the plate and strikes out for first out. Number 10, Candace Harrison, left third baseman, up to the plate. 1 out, 1 on. Harrison worked a walk and scored a run for Hobbs. First time up. Second plate appearance. It's going to be high and outside for ball 1. 1-0. That's Cameron Harrison, left fielder, out on second base. Sister Candace at the plate. 1-0 the count. 1 out, 1 on. Top of the third, and Hobbs leads by 1. Coach Crossland wanted to have a word with Harrison. So quick timeout to confer with her. Harrison, right-handed batter. Faith Aragon in the circle, starting pitcher for Carlsbad. And swing and a miss as she swung way under that ball. Timing wasn't bad, but she definitely swung under it. So 1-1's the count. Swing and a miss. as Faith Aragon with a fast ball right over the plate, and Harrison behind on it. So the count now 2-2, or 1-2 rather. 1-2 the count. 1 out. That's going to be outside and low for ball 2. Now it's 2-2. So Aragon has struck out 5 and walked 3 so far in this game. Hobbs scored 4 in the first, 2 in the second. Would like to put more on the board. And a high fly ball going out to right field. Fuentes is under it, and Fuentes loses it. The ball gets behind her. It's going to score 1. So Harrison with an RBI triple sits on third base. Cameron Harrison crosses the plate, and Hobbs now 7-5, a 2-run lead. So 1 out, 1 on. 1 out, 1 on. As Fuentes may have also been fighting the sun out there in right field, but the ball got behind her. And there's a hot grounder, finds its way between first and second base, and that will score 1. As top of the lineup, Kaya Boyle with an RBI single. An RBI single. And that brings Candace Harrison across. So 2 runs across. 8-5 your score. And we are going to have a pitching change, I believe. Yep, number 11 will go in. And that is Schoolcraft. Yep. So Haven Schoolcraft was in the lineup as a designated player. So she will go in, and I'm assuming that Faith Aragon will simply come out, and there won't be any fielding changes, any of the rest. So Schoolcraft is the ace pitcher for Carlsbad. Very well known in the state. One of the reasons why this team is unbeaten and ranked number 1. So Schoolcraft coming in relief. Schoolcraft taking the mound. Nothing, and not taking anything away from Faith Aragon, a very capable pitcher. But Coach Santo decided that, yes, it was time to go ahead with Hobbs, a 3-run lead here in the top of the third, that he wanted to make this change. So we have a little bit of a timeout as the umpires get the changes made and make the notations. And I'm going to take a quick timeout and be right back as we resume this game with Schoolcraft on the mound in relief of Aragon. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. We are in the top of the first inning with 1 out, 2 runs across already for Hobbs, and 1 runner on. And out of the pitching change, it is Schoolcraft on the mound. And the first pitch is going to come in low and outside for ball 1. Marissa Young at the plate for Hobbs. So Boyle after the RBI single on first base. And that ball is going to be called strike 1 on the outside corner. So 1-1 is the count. Young struck out her 2 previous times at bat. Left-handed batter. And a nice hit. And that's going to fall right in front of Monroe in center field as a great straightaway hit on the third pitch she saw. Puts Young on first base. So a nice single. Gets Boyle at second. Young on first. And brings number 3, Cameron Cantu, your shortstop, to the plate. She walked and scored her last time up. Had a 2-run homer her first time up. She's 2 1 for 2. Still just 1 out, 2 on, and swing and fouled off to the right. So Cantu cracking at the first one she saw, out of play for strike 1. 0-1 the count now. 1 out, 2 on. 2 have crossed the plate so far in this at bat. Schoolcraft went in relief right before Boyle batted.
Strike 2 on.
And call strike 2. 0-2 the count. Schoolcraft in front of Cantu on this one. Runners at first and second. Hobbs needs to keep the at-bat going. Certainly wants to increase their lead. Changeup is going to float just a little high. So Schoolcraft took a lot of speed off of that. Cantu watched it, and it did come in just a shade high. Schoolcraft, I think, felt like that was a strike. But as a pitcher, it's out of your control and you move on. And a swing and fouled off with authority off out of play to the right as Cantu protecting the plate, getting a piece of it. 1-2 the count. 1 out, 2 on. Hobbs leading this one by 3 runs, 8-5 here in the top of the third. First of a doubleheader in Carlsbad. And that's going to be in the dirt. It's going to get past Witzel, but she finds the handle on it pretty quickly, and the runners stay put. So Cantu with a 2-2 count on her. Runners at first and second. Schoolcraft taking her time, checking her notes. Now gets set. And swing and a miss as she gets Cantu for the second out. Cantu a little behind on that. Schoolcraft brought the heat, and a breaking ball had a little late breaking action over the outside corner for strikeout. That is the strikeout number 1 for Schoolcraft and out number 2. And that's going to be called strike 1 on Carissa Garcia. Hit an RBI singler last time up. Struck out her first time. She's 1 for 2. 0-1 the count on her. And a swing and that ball is going to go just foul. Oh, by about 2 feet, maybe down there, 2 or 3 feet. That was Garcia was waiting on that one and blistered that one a long fly, but went foul. And that's a shame. Hobbs runners, I'm sure, on first and second out there were watching that. It just becomes a long strike 2. So, and swing and a miss as Schoolcraft threw a little changeup, took a little speed off of it, and got Garcia. So strikeout number 2 for Schoolcraft, out number 3, and that ends Hobbs at bat. Not before they put 2 runs across. 2 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. No errors, and 2 left on base. So 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. And we're going to go to the bottom of the third inning. Carlsbad coming up to bat. Hobbs leads this one 8-5. And we're back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. The game brought to you by TDS. I'm Dawn Morgan. And in the top of that third inning, Hobbs put 2 runs across on 4 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. We saw a pitching change in there midway through the at-bat. And that brings us to the bottom of the third inning. Carlsbad coming up the heart of their order as 4, 5, and 6 will be up. Monroe to the plate. Martinez on deck. Schoolcraft in the hole. And we have a little bit of a timeout. Are we going to have, looks like Dean Crossland maybe. I don't know if we have any changes. I don't see any changes. It looks like Medina is still on the mound. It looks like everybody's in place. I don't see any changes, but I don't know if the ump is. I think he's just looking at the batting order, maybe. With the it gets a little confusing as the second and third outs came with three straight batters named Aragon. It can get a little confusing there. But I have number 9, Jessica Monroe, up first. I have that Jana Aragon got thrown out by the shortstop, 6-3 for the third out. And I've got Monroe up first, Martinez on deck, Schoolcraft in the hole. But we'll see. I don't know if that's what the ump is checking with Hobbs and Carlsbad about or not. But they are taking their time. Obviously some questions about something, as both the Carlsbad and Hobbs coaches are down there talking with the home plate ump. The other ump is out in the field. So we have a little bit of time here. We'll just keep it right here. I'm going to stand up. As we get ready for the bottom of the third inning. Hobbs is leading this one 8-5. And Hobbs certainly a capable team. It's not surprising in that sense, although they might be surprising themselves with how well they have been hitting and playing against the number 1 team. But again, it really shows you that when you have to bring your best against a team that's very good, it can bring the best out of you. And Hobbs is definitely playing well. They did leave a runner. They have left a runner on base each at bat, but they scored 3 in the first and 2 more in the second. That was Carlsbad. They scored 4 in the first at bat, 2 in the second at bat, and 2 more across in their third at bat. So they have managed to score on Carlsbad. Now, Schoolcraft came in relief and did shut them down. However, Boyle and Young both got very solid hits off of Schoolcraft, and that should also give Hobbs a lot of confidence when they come back up to bat. Yes, Schoolcraft struck out 2, but she also gave a couple of very solid hits. So here we go. In this bottom of the third. Again, Hobbs has lost to Carlsbad both games previously. So Carlsbad is 10-0 in district. Hobbs is 6-4 in district, having lost to Carlsbad. And they would have to win both of these, I believe, to have any kind of a chance at a tie or anything in the district. So coming up to the plate, we don't know what all of that confusion was all about, but it's done, and it is the order that we thought coming up to bat. Monroe to the plate. She walked her first time up, worked around the bases on a pass ball, and then crossed the plate. First pitch is in on her, and it is going to be ball 1. So here we are, bottom of the third, no outs. And ball 2, 2-0 on Monroe. And there's a strike call, strike one, 2-1. Sorry, it was my phone dinged and I was taking a look at my messages, thinking it might be related to games. It's not. So 2-1 is the count on Monroe. Worked a walk and scored for Carlsbad. Hits a chopper right up the middle. Cantu comes over, makes the throw, and 6-3 for out number one. So nice as Cantu. Very quick, good reaction, good throw. Garcia hangs on to it, so nice play. Good solid fielding for Hobbs. That brings up number 8, Hannah Martinez, your second baseman, up to the plate. So 1 out, nobody on. Martinez at the plate, right-handed batter. She hit a sac grounder her first time up. She hits a grounder to Candace Harrison. Harrison fields that, makes a nice throw, fires it over Garcia at first. 5-3 for the second out. And 2 up, 2 down so far. Now the pitcher, Haven Schoolcraft, coming up to the plate. So quickly 2 outs. Only 4 pitches thrown so far and 2 outs. Pretty efficient for Hobbs. Carlsbad would like to get a 2-out rally going. Schoolcraft looks at the first pitch, comes in low for ball number 1. 1-0. I would say in the dirt, but there is no dirt. This is an artificial surface. Very nice field here in Carlsbad. You would expect nothing less in a town that has a very strong and long tradition of both baseball and softball. And this is going to be 2-0 as Medina bringing a little more heat, but it hung up in her hand. Ended up being high. 2-0 the count. Schoolcraft had an RBI single and got stranded on first her first time up, so she's 1 for 1. Right-handed batter. And a high fly ball going out to deep right, but coming under it is Chavez. And that ends the inning. So a fly as Schoolcraft gives it a ride, but comes up short. So 3 up, 3 down. In fact, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pitches thrown in that at-bat. And 3 outs. So no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the top of the 4th inning. Hobbs still leading 8-5. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. All right. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. The game brought to you by award-winning internet provider TDS. Visit hellotds.com to learn more. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thank you so much for listening, watching, and we've got a good one going on here. The first of a doubleheader in Carlsbad, as Hobbs coming in with a 6-4 district record and Carlsbad 10-0. Hobbs surprising the Cave Girls here. And they are leading this one 8-5. Top of the 4th inning, Hobbs coming up to bat. The heart of the order for the Lady Eagles. It'll be Edith Chavez, right fielder, coming up. She bats in the 5th slot. So 5, 6, and 7 coming up for Hobbs. Anaya Rodriguez on deck. Cameron Harrison in the hole. So top of the 4th inning. Hobbs, the 3-run lead. Would like to increase that. Against a team like Carlsbad, you never feel like your lead is enough. Got to get insurance runs. So Chavez looking to get something started, and that is a call, strike 1 on the outside corner. A breaking ball, little late movement. Chavez thought it would go outside, maybe be a ball, let it go. But it is a strike. Schoolcraft on the mound, coming in relief in that last at-bat for Hobbs, and that is going to just miss. So 1-1 is the count. just miss outside. Chavez 2 for 2. She had a single and crossed the plate first time up. Had a line drive single, got stranded her second time up. So 1-1 the count, no outs, nobody on, and that's going to be a little low. It did cross the outside corner, but a little low for ball 2. So 2-1. Chavez, right fielder for Hobbs. And fouls that one back for a strike 2. So Chavez looking to get a little something started for Hobbs. Schoolcraft gave up 2 hits and when she came into relief. Boyle and Young both got singles off of her. And then she struck out 2 Lady Eagles to end the at-bat. Chavez trying to get on, and that's going to be inside. Low and inside and get behind Whitzel. Nobody on, so no problem, but brings the count full. 3-2 now. As Chavez has worked the full count. Hobbs needs base runners. And more runs on the board. They lead by 3. But you never feel comfortable against the Cave Girls. And swing and a little foul chop down the left field, third base line that is, out to left field. So count remains full as Chavez fought off a pitch. And this one, a grounder over to Aragon at third. Aragon scoops it up, makes the throw. So 5-3 in the book for out number 1 as Chavez makes contact with the ball, just not a hit. Number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher, up to the plate. She had an RBI double her first time up, grounded out to second base her second time up. It's her third plate appearance, her first one against Schoolcraft. So 1 out. And the first one comes in high and inside for ball 1, 1-0 on Rodriguez. She's 1 for 2, left-handed batter. Hobbs looking to get some base runners. And a high fly ball into left field. Rentner comes under it and hangs on to it, makes the catch. Rodriguez gives it a ride, but a fly to left field is out number 2. And I think that's only 8 pitches thrown so far in this at-bat. 2 outs, Cameron Harrison, left fielder, up to the plate. She's 2 for 2, had a double and scored her last time up. Had an RBI single and got stranded her first time up, but this is her first time to face Schoolcraft in this game. And that comes in, Schoolcraft bringing the heat, but it is a ball. So 1-0 the count. A lot of pop in the glove, though. And that's going to be high and outside. 2-0 the count. Hobbs, top of the 4th here. 2 outs, nobody on. They lead this one by 3 runs, still 8-5. And that's going to be outside for ball 3. And you got to think the take sign will be on for Harrison. Aragon coming over from third just to pat her teammate on the back and say, it's okay, settle down, throw strikes, trust us. And that's going to be called strike 1 on the outside corner. As Harrison showed bunt, pulled it back. 3-1 is the count now on Harrison. 1 out, nobody on, or 2 outs rather, nobody on. And swing and foul tipped it for strike 2. So the count full now on Harrison. So Carlsbad 1 strike from getting out of this one, but Hobbs would like to keep their at-bat going. And Harrison fights one off, fouls it off to the right out of play. Count remains 3-2. Count is full. So 2 outs, nobody on, full count. Top of the 4th inning. It's the first at-bat for Hobbs that they haven't scored so far, but they've had 2-out rallies in a couple of the other innings. And this is going to be a grounder over to Martinez. She fields it, fires it to first. And 4-3 for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 8-5 is your score. Hobbs leading. Carlsbad coming up to bat. It's the bottom of the order for them. And we'll have more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And we are here after Carlsbad went 3 up, 3 down with no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We're here with Hobbs batting, top of the 5th. And Kylie Ralston hit over to the first baseman who made the out unassisted. So 3 unassisted for the first out. Number 10, Candace Harrison at the plate. And the count on her is 1-2. So 1-2 the count on Harrison, 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 5th inning, Hobbs still leads 8-5, and a little hit right back to the pitcher. So Harrison hits a little line drive right back to the pitcher, and Schoolcraft handles that, 1 unassisted for the second out. So we're at the top of the order again for Hobbs with 2 outs, nobody on. Kaya Boyle, designated player, coming up to the bat. She had an RBI single and got stranded her last time up. She was the first Hobbs batter to face Schoolcraft after the pitching change, and she hit that RBI single. So 2 solid hits off of Schoolcraft after she came in, but then she struck out 2. And Hobbs went 3 up, 3 down in the top of the 4th, and now in the top of the 5th, 2 outs, nobody on. Boyle with a 1-0 count. That's going to be 2-0 now. Schoolcraft throwing a changeup, missed just a little. Boyle flinched but didn't offer. So 2-0 the count. And a swing and a foul pop going over to Flacco's territory. Flacco moves over, catches that right in front of the Hobbs dugout for out number 3. So Hobbs goes 3 up, 3 down, and we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. After no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, it'll be the Cave Girls coming up to bat. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Brought to you by award-winning internet provider TDS. Visit hellotds.com to learn more. I'm Dawn Morgan, and thanks for joining us. Had to take a bit of a time out myself for about 1 at-bat, but back with them. And right now, it is the bottom of the 5th inning. It's the very top of the order, actually, as the bottom of the order went 1, 2, 3 in Carlsbad's last at-bat. And now Faith Aragon, leadoff hitter, back up to the plate. This is her 3rd plate appearance. She's 2 for 2, a solo home run and an RBI single. First pitch was in, a ball. And this one she hits a high fly ball. Ralston coming in at a dead run from center and comes in on it and hangs on to it. So Aragon gives it a ride and a nice try, but a nice catch by Ralston out in center field. For first out, brings up number 5, Grace Aragon, sister to Faith, to the plate. Aragon playing shortstop. She is 0 for 2. Hits this one. It's a high pop fly, goes foul, out of play. So strike 1. 0-1 the count now on Grace Aragon. It's Jana Aragon on deck and Jessica Monroe in the hole. Top of the order for Carlsbad here in the top of the bottom of the 5th inning. that is going to be just a little outside for ball one. 1-1 the count now as Medina throwing up a soft one, a little layup, a little change up there. Aragon leaned but did not offer. And a chopper grounder to Cantu, and Cantu picks up that chopper. That can be a little tricky, even on the artificial surface. So Cantu playing that one well. 6-3 for out number 2. 6-3. Nice throw. Good Garcia. Good stretch by Garcia, hanging on to it. So 2 up, 2 down. Number 22, Jana Aragon, third baseman, up to the plate and swing, and a high fly ball out to left field. Cameron Harrison takes about 2 or 3 steps to her left, comes in on it, catches that, and that ends the inning. So 3 up, 3 down again. We've got a good one going as we go to the top of the 6th. Hobbs still leading by 3, and we will be back to Carlsbad for more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Brought to you by TDS. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com, as we've got a good game going here in Carlsbad. The first of a doubleheader as Hobbs leads this one 8-5, and we go to the top of the 6th inning. Hobbs coming up to bat, and it'll be the heart of the Hobbs order, as it'll be 4, 5, and 6 coming up to it will be 2, 3, and 4 coming up to bat for Hobbs. So top of the 6th, young Cantu Garcia. Young hit a single and got stranded her last time up. She had 2 strikeouts before that. And first pitch comes in by Schoolcraft. On the outside corner, call strike 1. So Schoolcraft working the corners, breaking ball on the outside corner. Young and a left-handed batter, 0-1 the count. First batter up, top of the 6th, nobody on. 8-5 your score. Hobbs would like to increase that lead, and Young takes a swing at it. She is behind that fastball by Schoolcraft, so 0-2 is the count. As Young gets set back in the box. Hobbs would like to get some base runners and get some more score on the board, and this is going to be a grounder to Aragon at short. She picks up the ball, fires it over. It's a low throw, but Flacco stretches for it, digs it out, and hangs on to it. So that is the first out, but Young got wood on it. A nice hot grounder, but fielded well. So out number 1, 6-3. Brings up number 3, Cameron Cantu, to the plate. Struck out her last time up, worked a walk and scored, and then had a 2-run homer first time up. And Schoolcraft brings a changeup over the outside corner, but a little too high and outside for ball number 1. So 1 out. Nobody on. Top of the 6th inning, Hobbs leads by 3. And that's going to be inside and low. Ball 2, 2-0. So Cantu watching 2 go by. Hobbs needing base runners, bring them around. They'd like to increase their lead. They're up by 3, but never enough against good teams like Carlsbad. And that's going to be in the dirt or low. No dirt, no real dirt, but 3-0. So got to feel like maybe the take sign is on. 3-0. Cantu. But you never know. Crossland may tell her if you see one, if she brings it in, you can hit it. Go for it. And it is over the plate. Schoolcraft bringing the heat. Just a regular fastball over the center of the plate for strike 1. Throws the strike when she has to. 3-1 the count, 1 out, nobody on. And that's going to hit Young as it's inside, and Cantu, not Young, but Cantu does jump a little bit to try to get out of the way, but it hits her in the knee, on the outside of the knee. So hit by pitch. Cantu takes her base. Carissa Garcia, cleanup hitter, up to the plate. Garcia struck out her last time up. She had an RBI single and got stranded, and struck out her first time. So it looks like Witzel also maybe got hit by that ball, and it was fast. It came in, hit the outside of just below the knee, the outside of Cantu's leg, and ricocheted over and got Witzel. I think, I don't know if she got her on the left side of the face maybe. So Witzel shaking it off. Coach coming out to check her out. Witzel looks like she's going to shake it off. Got a little water. Coach brought her a little bit of water, and she's putting the mask back on, headed for behind the plate again. So Schoolcraft on the mound, coming in relief in the top of the third inning. Witzel behind the plate. Flacco at first, Martinez at second, Jana Aragon at third, Grace Aragon at short, Rittner in left, Monroe in center, and Fuentes in right. Up to the Hobbs is Carissa Garcia, cleanup hitter. One runner on, 1 out. And Hobbs leading by 3 here in the top of the to the right, 4 strike 1. So 0-1 the count. Young grounded out to shortstop. Cantu hit by a pitch. Garcia at the plate. Chavez on deck. Rodriguez in the hole. And that's going to be a call. Strike as Schoolcraft threw a changeup right over the center of the plate. Garcia leaned on it. She just wasn't expecting that change in speed, but Schoolcraft put it right over the plate. And Garcia swings and catches just a piece of it to stay alive at the plate. So good job by Garcia, catching just a piece of it off the end of her bat. So 0-2 the count. Cantu out on first. 1 out, 1 on. Hobbs wanting more runs. And that's going to, That's call strike 3. Ump said it crossed the outside corner for out number 2. And that's Schoolcraft with, I believe that is 1, 2, 3. I think that's the 4th strikeout for Schoolcraft since she came in relief. Nope, that's the 3rd strikeout for Schoolcraft since she came in relief. And there's a throw down to second to try to get Cantu, but Cantu slides in safely. Stolen base puts her in scoring position now. And ball 1 on Edith Chavez. So 2 outs, 1 runner on second in scoring position. Chavez with a 1-0 count. And that's going to be outside for ball number 2. 2-0 the count. Hobbs really has to watch that outside pitch because when it's close enough, the ump is calling the corner. And Schoolcraft hits that corner again. So 1-2 the count. 1-2. I had it 2-1, but 1-2 is the count. So, and Schoolcraft has a pitch that really breaks and crosses that plate. Oh, nice hit out to center, but coming under that is Monroe. Chavez with a nice solid hit, a solid contact, but Monroe makes a couple of steps forward, grabs that and hangs on to it. So Chavez with a nice, gives it a ride and a try, a fly out to center for the 3rd out, ends Hobbs' attempt to put more runs on the board. No runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's going to be Carlsbad coming up to the plate. They trail by 3, and we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball from Carlsbad, the first of a doubleheader here on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. The game brought to you by TDS. I'm Dawn Morgan. And in the top of the 6th inning, there were no runs on no hits, no errors, 1 left on. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Carlsbad coming up. The heart of their order. It'll be 4, 5, and 6. That's Jessica Monroe, the center fielder, with Martinez on deck, and Schoolcraft, the pitcher, in the hole. Monroe grounded out to the short her last time up. Worked a walk, a pass ball, and then scored her first time up. First pitch is in, and that's going to be a, oh, that was very close. I felt like that might be a strike, but it is a ball, just a little too high. I guess a little too high and outside. 1-0 the count. That one, that is out of the park. That's out of the park, yes. That had home run written on it from the instant it left the bat as Monroe just teed off on it. Second pitch she saw and sent it out across the fence in left field. A solo homer, and Carlsbad's creeping back into it, but Hobbs still has a 2-run lead. But no outs, nobody on. 8-6 is your score now. Bottom of the 6th inning. Martinez, second baseman, up to the plate. She is 0 for 2, grounded out to the third baseman and grounded out to the second baseman. She managed to move a runner her first time up. Was not an RBI. So after the solo homer by Monroe, Martinez at the plate. Hobbs would like to try to make quick work of them now. And there's going to be a long fly ball into center field. Ralston under it, moves a couple of steps to her right and grabs it, hangs on to it. Nice catch out there. The Hobbs outfielders playing very deep, of course, with good reason, knowing the hitting potential of the Cave Girls, but a fly out to center for the first out. And now Schoolcraft, the pitcher, up to the plate, and that is going to be called strike 1 right on the outside corner as a softer pitch, but Medina puts it across, so 0-1 is the count. Schoolcraft had a fly out to right her last time up. That's going to find its way right up the center. A little choppy grounder goes right by Medina. She can't get a glove on it in time, so it'll be a single. Puts Schoolcraft on first. 1 out, 1 on. Number 3, Aislinn Witzel, the catcher, up to the plate. Bottom of the 6th inning. Hobbs still ahead by 2, but they need to shut out Carlsbad. They need to shut Carlsbad down here. Carlsbad threatening. And the first pitch is in, a good one by Medina. 0-1 the count, as the potential tying run is at the plate right now, but Hobbs would like to get them out before that happens. And there's a, let's see, we have a courtesy runner for Schoolcraft, and that is Bianca Villa, so I guess that's a 26, not a 76. So Bianca Villa, courtesy runner at first for the pitcher, Schoolcraft. And Witzel at the plate. And that's going to be, oh, the Hobbs faithful thought that should be a strike. But it's a ball. They felt like it was, it looked like it was over the inside corner from up here. So maybe the umps just saw it as a little high. 1-1 the count. And that's going to be inside for ball number 2. So 2-1. Rodriguez doing a nice job blocking that out to keep the courtesy runner, that is Villa, on first. 1 out, 1 on. Carlsbad trails by 2. A grounder to Cantu, a double playable ball. They turn it and not in time to get the second out, but they do get the lead runner. A nice solid play, good fielding by Hobbs as they turned that double just as quickly as they could, but they could not get the speedy Witzel, who beat it out. So Witzel on fielder's choice. Schoolcraft thrown out at second, or actually the Villa thrown out at second for the second out. So 6-4 for the second out. Witzel at first on a fielder's choice, and number 20, Brooke Rentner at the plate. And she cuts at the first one she sees. It goes foul for strike 1. So 0-1 the count. Come on. I'm nursing my little score bug back to where it should be. So 2 outs now. This is bottom of the 6th. And that comes in just a little low. I think it crossed the outside corner, but it was a little low. So ball 1, 1-1. 1-1 on Rentner, your left fielder. Left-handed batter. 2 outs, 1 on. And a solid hit out to center field. Ralston comes in on it. Takes a couple of steps forward, makes the grab, and hangs on to it for out number 3. So fly out to center for the third out as Carlsbad threatens. They do manage to put 1 run across on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the top of the 7th inning. Hobbs still leading 8-6. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. This has been such a good game here in Carlsbad, the first of a doubleheader. As we go to the top of the 7th inning, Hobbs is leading 8-6. And it'll be the middle of the order coming up for Hobbs. Number 20, Jana Rodriguez, followed by Cameron Harrison and Ralston, and the first hit is going to drop in shallow center field for a single as Jana Rodriguez just makes solid contact, and a little Texas leaguer in shallow center puts her on first base. And we'll have a courtesy runner for Rodriguez. It looks like, the Harris, who is it? Number Briseis Armendariz. Yes, thank you. Briseis Armendariz is going to courtesy run for Rodriguez. A single. And Cameron Harrison, your left fielder, up to the plate. First pitch is going to be outside for ball number 1. So here we are, top of the 7th inning as I catch my score bug up. Yes, I know. Top of the 7th inning, no outs, 1 on. Harrison at the bat, 1-0 the count. And a foul tip back to the screen. Strike 1, 1-1 the count. Counts even Harrison. Harrison grounded out to second base her last time up. Hit a double and scored. Hit an RBI single and got stranded. So she is 2 for 3. This is her 4th plate appearance. And this is the 2nd time she has faced Schoolcraft. So 1-1 the count, 1 on. Hobbs would like to increase that lead. They're up by 2. And shows bunt, pulls the bat back. And that's going to be just a little high. And ball number 2. 2-1 the count. See if Harrison dropped her bat again and shows bunt or tries to bunt. We'll see. Nope, she's hitting away. And she spoils one off, hits one out of play to the right. So 2-2 is your count now. 2-2. Harrison got to protect the plate. One runner on. Rodriguez reaching on a solid single. No outs. Top of the 7th. And that's going to be low for ball number 3. So Harrison works the count full. No outs. One runner on. Hobbs trailing by 2 at the top of the 7th. They'd like to add that lead, increase their lead, put some runs across the plate. And on the right side. So Harrison stays alive at the bat, spoils that one off. Solid contact, but hit a little late at it. Schoolcraft, of course. Schoolcraft has a lot of speed, a lot of control, several pitches that she works. A lot of spin on some of them, and swing and a miss as Harrison goes down swinging for the first out. That is the 5th strikeout. Yes, I believe that is the 5th strikeout for Schoolcraft since she took over. So let's get that score bug back to 0-0 the count. One out. Number 5, Kylie Ralston, your center fielder. She's made several catches out there in center field today. But she is due at the bat. She is 0 for 3. And would like to change that right here. And Hobbs would like to move that runner around. And that's going to catch the outside corner for strike 1. So 1-1 is the count. 1 out, 1 on. Top of the 7th inning. Hobbs looking to move the runner around, try to get her in. Might have to think about playing small ball to do it. And swing and a miss. As a fast ball had Ralston swinging very late. But all it takes is one good hit, one good solid contact with the ball. That's going to be outside. So 2-2 is the count. 2-2 is the count. One runner on. That's Briseis Amandas running for Rodriguez at first. Hobbs would like to move around. Oh, and a swing and a miss. So that is strikeout number 2 in this inning, and I believe that is strikeout number 6 for Schoolcraft. Let's see, 1, 2. Yep, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 outs, 1 on. Number 10, Candace Harrison, your third baseman, up to the plate. And a swing and a miss for strike 1. So 0-1 the count. 2 outs now, top of the 7th. As Hobbs leads by 2. They'd like to get a 2-out rally going. Schoolcraft on the mound, trying to shut Hobbs down again. Oh, and she throws the changeup. Throws the changeup on Harrison and catches her way out in front. So 0-2 the count. Fans, Hobbs fans, and shouting out some encouragement to Harrison at the plate. A lot of Hobbs fans made this trip. That's going to be a changeup again. Takes a little off of it, but it floats up a little too high and outside for ball 1. So 1-2 the count. 2 outs, 1 on. That runner on first. As Hobbs would like to get this 2-out rally going. Swing and a miss. As Harrison goes down swinging, and 4 up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts for Carlsbad. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th, and it's do or die time for Carlsbad. They've got to come up with at least 2 runs to tie it, 3 to win it. As we go to the bottom of the 7th, 8-6 your score, Hobbs leading. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball as we have a great game going on here. It is a 2-run difference, and it is the bottom of the 7th inning. Carlsbad trails by 2. They must come up with 2 runs to tie it, 1-3 to win it. Hobbs would like to shut them down and get this win against the top-ranked team and the #1 team in the district. But they have to get 3 outs to do it. And batting, instead of Fuentes, it's the bottom of the order, and it should be 15 Ava Fuentes, the right fielder, batting, but Mariah Torres is your batter instead. So a substitute batter here in the bottom of the 7th. So no outs, 1-1 the count now on Torres. So I make the adjustment in my book. 1-1 the count. First batter up, of course. Nobody on, no outs. Hobbs would like to shut Carlsbad down, keep them from scoring here. Medina with a high pitch gets away from Rodriguez, back to the backstop, but nobody on, so no problem. 2-1 the count. No outs, bottom of the 7th inning. As Hobbs either will have a win here at the end of this Carlsbad at bat, or it will be tied, or Carlsbad wins. So 3 possible outcomes at the end of 3 outs, and a swing and a miss. So a ball actually is called. So 3-1 is the count. So 3-1 your count on Torres, and that is going to be a grounder over to Harrison, fires, and is going to tag. Instead of reaching the base, she tags Torres. So 5-3, and then first baseman tags for the first out. Tags Torres to get her out. For 1 out. 1 out. Nobody on. Let's get the score back to 0. Thank you. All right, here we are, bottom of the 7th inning. Carlsbad batting. 1 out, top of the order. Faith Aragon up to the plate. Aragon was the starting pitcher. Schoolcraft came in relief in the 3rd inning, but Aragon stayed in the lineup simply. And Aragon simply took over as the designated player, not fielding, but just batting. And a straightaway hit up the center is going to go out. Ralston picks it up, throw in, a good throw to second base, and holds Aragon to a single. But a solid hit up the middle is a single for Faith Aragon, puts her on first base, brings up Grace Aragon. So 1 out, 1 on. And Grace Aragon, the shortstop, up at the plate for Carlsbad. They must put 2 across to tie it, 3 to win it. Hobbs wants to keep them from scoring at all if they can help it. They've got 1 run to give, and that's it. And that ball is going to be on the outside corner for strike 1. Yes, it was. 0-1 count as Faith Aragon on first. That pitch, a soft one on the outside corner, and this one is a faster ball that's a high fly. Coming in under it is Ralston. Makes the grab, makes the throw to second. A good grab, a good throw, but Aragon slides under it and is safe on second base. So a sac fly out for number 2. A good play by Ralston in center. And now Carlsbad down to their last out, but they do have a runner in scoring position, the possible and potential tying run at the plate. Number 22, Jana Aragon, your 3rd baseman up at the plate. We're here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Exciting softball here in Carlsbad. The first of a doubleheader. Hobbs is leading 8-6. But a runner in scoring position, 2 outs, and Aragon at the plate. That ball is going to miss. Ball 1. So 1-0 the count. As Medina putting a soft one up, just missed the outside corner. 1-0 is the count. As Aragon hit a fly out to left field, grounded out to the shortstop, hit a single and scored at her first at bat. She's a grounder now, a chopper over to Cantu. Cantu fires to Garcia for the third out. Hobbs has done it. Hobbs has beaten Carlsbad 8-6 in the first game of a doubleheader. Probably not the outcome that a lot of people saw when this game began here in Carlsbad. 8-6, your final score. We'll be back to wrap this one up, and we will have about a 30-minute break in between games. Senior night for Carlsbad, but Hobbs wins this one 8-6 in 7 full innings. It was close. Carlsbad gave him a scare. Hobbs beats Carlsbad for the first time this season, and now we will play the second of the doubleheader. We'll be back to wrap this first one up, though, with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball as the Lady Eagles are celebrating an 8-6 victory here in the first of a doubleheader in Carlsbad. And this game brought to you by TDS on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In the background, you may hear the Carlsbad girls do their senior night presentations. But let me wrap up the first game for you as Hobbs had 6 runs on 11 hits. They left 7 on base. They commit 1 error. Boyle had an RBI single, Young with a single. Cantu had a 2-run home run. Garcia had a 2 RBI single. Chavez had 2 singles. Rodriguez had an RBI single and had 2 singles, one of them an RBI. Cameron Harrison had an RBI single and a double. And Candace Harrison had an RBI triple. And the winning pitcher is Medina. Medina had a strikeout and a walk in the game, but she is the winning pitcher. Just got in there and got the job done. Hobbs had very solid fielding behind her to take that. Hobbs also did better at the bat with 8 runs on 6 hits. They left 3 on base. They commit 1 error only. So they had more efficient hitting and timelier hitting than Carlsbad. Carlsbad had more left on base. They had more hits, but they left them on base. Each team had the 1 error. Aragon takes the loss for Carlsbad. Carlsbad never led in the game, and they were behind when Schoolcraft came in relief. Schoolcraft did strike out. I have her down for at least 7 strikeouts in relief. It was a much different game moving forward after she came in the 3rd inning in relief. Aragon had 5 strikeouts, gave up 3 walks, and gave up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runs. So Aragon gave up 8 runs. Hobbs scored all of their 8 runs off of Argonne, and Carlsbad scored 6 runs altogether. So Medina, when you're winning pitcher, Hobbs your winning team, and it's a big district win for Hobbs. That's huge, as it's the first loss for Carlsbad. Hobbs handed Carlsbad their very first loss of the season and their first district loss, and now a lot of confidence going into this second game, which will start here in probably about 20 minutes or so. So a big win as Hobbs improves to 7-4 in district now. 7-4 in district, 17-8 overall, and Carlsbad drops to 24-1 and 10-1 in district. So that's how the first game ended. 8-6, Hobbs victory, and we'll be back with the second of the doubleheader in just a little while, maybe about 15-20 minutes or so, maybe longer. Carlsbad has quite a few seniors that are being honored. But we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball, brought to you by TDS on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Brought to you by TDS. I'm Dawn Morgan, and it's game 2 of a doubleheader. Hobbs winning the first one 8-6. Now getting the second one underway. Kaya Boyle, leadoff hitter, up to the plate. And 0-2 count on her. She cut at the second ball and fouled it off out of play to the right, so 0-2 count. As Boyle tries to get something started for Hobbs. Hobbs coming in, surprising Carlsbad, taking the first game 8-6. Now the second game, and a little change up, but Boyle makes contact with it, hits a little chopper down third base line. Little change up had her way in front of it. So 5-3 for first out. Brings up number 8, Marissa Young, to the plate. Your second baseman. She did not have a good game at the bat. She hit one single, though. She hit a single. She was 1 for 4 at the plate her first game. She shows bunt, left-handed batter. She was going to do a drag or a slap bunt. That came in as a ball, 1-0 the count. So 1-0 on Young, 1 out, nobody on, top of the first. Cantu on deck, Garcia in the hole, and that is going to hit the outside corner. So call strike 1, 1-1, even count now on Young. As Schoolcraft on the mound again. She finished out game 1. The losing pitcher, though, was Faith Aragon in that one. Schoolcraft coming in relief in the third inning, pitched the rest of that 7-inning game, and now is back in the circle for the first of this one. Whitzel behind the plate again. That's your battery. 2-1 the count. That's going to be a ball, so 3-1 the count now. 3-1 the count on Young. Left-handed batter, trying to get something started for Hobbs in this second game of the doubleheader. And a swing and a grounder over to Aragon at short, who makes the play. 6-3, a good stop, a good throw, good catch, and second out. So Hobbs, although the first 2 batters have made contact, and that was pretty solid hit for Young, it just was an infield hit right to the shortstop, who made a good play on it. So Hobbs hitting, but they need to hit him where they ain't, as they say, to be able to get on base. Number 3, Cameron Cantu, your shortstop, up at the plate. Batting third, Garcia on deck, Chavez in the hole. Swing and a miss as Cantu swings and misses at the first. It's a fastball, breaking ball on the outside corner. Schoolcraft bringing the heat. Cantu giving it a good cut, though, just a little late on it. So 0-1 the count. 1 out, nobody on, and that's going to be a strike over the outside corner. 0-2 the count. Schoolcraft throwing smoke, as they say. 0-2 the count. Cantu looking to get one, though, and that's going to be outside as Cantu flinched. Did not go around. 1-2 the count. The ball off the plate on the outside. Field lights are on. Wind still a little breezy from left to right, starting to get cool, and that is a changeup. Stays high and outside for ball 2 as Cantu flinched but did not offer. So 2-2 the count. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the first. If Cantu can get on, Garcia would be up. Chavez in the hole. And swing and a hit. It's going to fall between right and center. It's going to bounce at the fence. Going back for it is Guevara in right field. Makes the stop and the throw into second base. Cantu with a solid double. So with 2 outs, Cantu on second base in scoring position with a solid hit out between left and center. Brings Garcia to the plate. So 2 outs, 1 on. Garcia at the plate. And get my score bug back to 0. And a well-hit ball. It's going to go right out to center, though, as Monroe takes a couple of steps and realizes, whoa, I need to stop right where I am. Reached up and grabbed it for the 3rd out. So Garcia with another solid contact with the ball, though. Nice fly. More of a line drive out there to center. But Monroe caught that for the third out, and Hobbs 4 up, 3 down, 4 up, 3 down. Sorry, 4 up, 3 down. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first with no score. Carlsbad coming up to the plate, and we'll have more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Hobbs was 4 up, 3 down in the top of the first. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. Carlsbad, number 2, Faith Aragon, your designated player, up to the plate, leadoff hitter. And she swings and fouls that one off to our left for a strike. So 1-1 the count on Faith Aragon. So we are here in the bottom of the first inning. Aragon first batter up. Grace Aragon on deck. Jana Aragon in the hole. And there's a high pop fly again. It's going to hit the net and hit the media booth up here and then roll off into the net again. It's a little ding dong right on top of us. 1-2 is the count now on Aragon, left-handed batter, and that's going to go over her head, sail over, as Hannah Granillo is on the mound for Hobbs. Granillo was on the bench in the first game, but starting pitcher for this. Everybody else in the field is the same. Rodriguez catching, Garcia on first, Young on second, Candace Harrison on third, Cantu at short, Cameron Harrison in left, Ralston in center, Chavez in right. And ball 3 brings the count full now. Ball 3-2 count on Aragon. First batter up for Carlsbad in this second game. And that is going to be high for ball 4. So Aragon works the walk. And number 5, Grace Aragon, your third baseman, up to the plate. Jana Aragon on deck. And we got this Carlsbad lineup very late, so I don't have my book done. Of course, Carlsbad was busy during the between games with their senior night. And there's a well-hit ball, but it's going to go foul. So a long strike 1 on Grace Aragon. Hobbs breathes a sigh of relief as that goes foul. So 0-1 is the count now. No outs, 1 runner on first, 0-1 count. Jessica Monroe is on deck. And there's a throw down to second to try to get Aragon, but Faith slides in safely for a stolen base, now in scoring position for Carlsbad. Jessica Monroe on deck, and Hannah Martinez is going to be in the hole. Hannah Martinez, as I keep writing in my book like crazy. Hannah Martinez is playing second base. And there's a well-hit ball off the glove of Candace Harrison. It rolls out into left field. It'll score 1, and the throw into second base is just in front of the base, and Grace Aragon slides in safely. And I'm not going to call that an error. That was one of those hot shots right at the and it's a reaction to put your glove up, and it deflected off the glove and then just rolled out in the field. So I am going to call that a single, and Aragon went to second on the throw. So it does score one, an RBI single, and there is a little line drive as, oh, what are they doing? Hobbs did not. So Hobbs with a mental error there. Garcia got the ball. She caught the ball. I think it was, the ball didn't hit the ground, right? Did the ball hit the ground, and then it was thrown over to first base, and Garcia she touched the bag, I believe, and that's all she had to do. So we'll find out what the umpires say about that, but a little confusing as Faith Aragon did score on the previous hit, and then Jana Aragon with that little chopper. Who made the throw over to first on that? Was it the third baseman? Who made the throw? The pitcher or the third baseman? Third baseman, right? Yeah, 5-3. Okay. Now I wanted to double check because that's how I was writing it down in the book, is that the third baseman got the ball and threw it over to Garcia. The umps are all conferring. Now they're talking. Yeah, I'm just wondering. So they're saying they called her out at first. So she is out 5-3 for the first out. And then Grace Aragon ends up going to third in the melee. So Aragon scored, 1 run scored. Aragon, the first batter, scored. Grace Aragon is on third. Jana Aragon was thrown out. Jessica Monroe is your batter at the plate. So with 1 out, 1 out now, the first, 1 run across for Carlsbad, the home team. And that pitch comes in. It's going to be ball 2. So 2-0 is the count. Some confusion over all of that went on, but we've got that sorted out. So 1 run scored. 1 runner is at third. There's 1 out, and that's a great pitch right over the center of the plate. So 2-1 on Jessica Monroe, your center fielder, as Hannah Martinez, the second baseman, is up on deck. And a well-hit ball that could be out of the park. That might be out of the park, and it is, as it goes into left center over the fence just to the left of the scoreboard for Jessica Monroe, and that is a 2-run home run. And that's going to score Grace Aragon from third, and of course Jessica touches all the bases. So Carlsbad up quickly 3-0 here in this bottom of the first inning. So Hannah Martinez coming up to the plate now. And after Martinez is number 11, Haven Schoolcraft, your pitcher. So I'm going to have to keep writing in my book, adding all of these players as we got this lineup very late. Carlsbad was doing their senior night. I understand. Schoolcraft is on deck. And Maddie Flacco is in the hole. And there is a high fly ball. Ralston under it. And she runs in on it to her right. Catches that, hangs on to it. So a high fly out to center. And Ralston has done a very nice job out in center field. Hobbs has been a very solid fielding team in that first game, making only 1 error. And in this second game so far as well. So 2 outs. Haven Schoolcraft, the pitcher, up to the plate. Right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher. So nobody on, 2 outs. And 1-0 is the count. That's going to miss inside for ball 2. 2-0 the count now. After Schoolcraft, it is Maddie Flacco, the first baseman. And that's fouled away off to the left for strike 1. Your count 2-1 now. Maddie Flacco on deck, and after Maddie, if we get that far, it would be number 3, Aislinn Witzel, the catcher. So 3-1 now, the count on Schoolcraft. As 3. And that's going to be just outside. As Rodriguez tried to frame that up, kind of brought it back over the outside corner, making a case for a strike, but the ump did not see it that way. So Schoolcraft walks, 2 outs, 1 on. Number 17, Maddie Flacco. We will have a courtesy runner for Schoolcraft. So I believe that's number 26 over there. And that is Bianca Villa. Bianca Villa running for Schoolcraft, the pitcher. Flacco at bat, their first baseman, and number 3, Aislinn Witzel, the catcher, is on deck. And then we're back to the top of the lineup. So 2 outs. Hobbs would like to get this 3rd out without any more damage being done. They trail 3-0. So 1-1 now, the count on Flacco. 2 outs, 1 on. And that's going to be outside for ball number 2. 2-1 the count. Runner on first. Very speedy Villa running in place of Schoolcraft. And a hit. That's going to fall. Going to be trouble, but Cantu comes over, moves over behind third base to behind Candace Harrison at third base to grab that one and hang on to it. So for a 6, a fly, a little pop to the shortstop for the 3rd out. And not before Carlsbad gets 3 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we go to the top of the 2nd inning. Hobbs has some makeup runs to make up. They trail 3-0. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. I'm Dawn Morgan in Carlsbad. The second of a doubleheader. Hobbs won the first one 8-6. We're in the top of the 2nd inning. Hobbs coming up to bat. They trail 3-0. They've got they need to get runners on and get them around. And the first ball is in, and it is a call. Strike 1. Schoolcraft on the mound for Carlsbad. Witzel behind the plate. Flacco on first. Martinez on second. Aragon on third. Aragon at short. Whitaker in left. Monroe in center. And Guevara in right. And that second one is a ball. Gets by Witzel. Nobody on. No problem. 1-1 the count. So Hobbs looking to get on base and try to get some of those runs back, trailing 3-0. So top of the 2nd inning as I adjust the score bug. Thank you. 2-1. No outs. Top of the 2nd. And way out in front of that as Chavez swings and misses to even up the count at 2. All right. And that's going to be a swinging strike as Chavez goes down swinging for the first out.
Number 20, Anaya Rodriguez.
Batting sixth is number 20, Anaya Rodriguez. Sixth in the order, Rodriguez the catcher. It's her first plate appearance in this game. Left-handed batter. 1 out, nobody on. And strike one. So Rodriguez with an 0-1 count. Hobbs winning this first game 8-6. They'd like to make it 2. But they are going to have a better performance at the plate against Schoolcraft in order to get that done. As since she came in relief, she went into relief in the 3rd inning in the first game. But Hobbs, there's a solid hit, a smoker, a screamer. But right between first and second, as Schoolcraft threw a changeup, and Rodriguez was waiting on it and pulled it for a smoker down between just outside of Flacco's reach at first. So Rodriguez will have a courtesy runner. It looks like number 2 to me. It looks like 2, Briseis Armendariz, I think. Yeah, I think it's Briseis. I think so. So, courtesy runner for Rodriguez. And Cameron Harrison, left fielder, up to the plate. Swings at the first ball she sees with authority, and she smokes one out of play to the right, though, as I think there were some nervous folks looking around to see where that foul ball was going to hit, maybe on their car. And a little chopper goes to Schoolcraft, and she gets it, grabs it on the very end of her glove and hangs on to it. In fact, she had to look and see if she really caught it, and she did, then turns around and makes the throw. So Cameron Harrison gives it a try, but put out by the pitcher at first for the second out. Number 5, Kylie Ralston, center fielder, up to the plate. So 2 outs, a runner on second. As Ralston, that sounded like a dent, so we'll see. Kylie Ralston fouls off the first one again, just a little late on it. But a very hard foul, and that is going to be outside for ball 1. So 1-1 is your count. 2 outs, 1 runner. That is Briseis Armendariz out on second, running for Rodriguez in scoring position for Hobbs. They would like to get a run across, at least one this at bat. Oh, and that is just high for ball 2. So 2-1 the count. 2-1 on Ralston, who needs to just straighten out that foul that she hit with authority. And swing under that, swing and a miss. So 2-2 the count on Ralston. 2-2, a runner out on second. We're here in the top of the second inning. Hobbs trails 3-0 to Carlsbad in the second of a doubleheader after winning the first 3-2. And that is a smoker off the outside corner call. Strike 3 for the third out, and that does it as Hobbs again puts up 4 batters and 3 outs. So 4 up, 3 down, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. And we're going to go to the bottom of the second inning. Carlsbad coming up to bat. They lead this one 3-0. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball on Lee County Sports News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com as we are going to the bottom of the second inning. Carlsbad at bat, bottom of the order as Aislinn Witzel, the catcher, hits to the shortstop and is thrown out. So a nice play again, Cantu. Hobbs has had very solid fielding today against Carlsbad. 6-3 for the first out. That brings up number 18, Riley Whitaker, your left fielder, to the plate. Her first plate appearance today. It's the bottom of the order. She's in the 9th slot for Carlsbad. Then we'll have top of the order, Argonne on deck. Argonne. And here's a high fly ball. Ralston coming up under it. It hangs up in the air for a long time. Ralston tracks it and catches it and hangs on to it. So a high long fly into deep center field is the second hit. Whitaker hit the first pitch she saw. So 2 outs, very quickly 2 outs. That brings up top of the order, Faith Aragon, designated player. She walked and scored a run for Carlsbad her first time up. Carlsbad is leading this one 3-0. And that's a call, ball 1. So 1-0 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. And there is a little pop fly. It's going to go out of play, though, as Garcia watched it, kind of trotted after it, just in case it was going to stay in play. 1-1 the count now on Argonne. And there's a long, high fly ball into right field, deep into right, going back, and it's over the fence. It's over the fence in deep right field, very extreme right field. And Argonne has a solo homer. And that gives Carlsbad a 4-0 lead as Argonne sends it over, sails it over that right field fence for a solo homer. Still 2 outs, though. If Hobbs can just concentrate on getting the third out, getting back to the dugout, maybe they can get their bats going. They have at least 4 runs to try to make up here. 2 outs, nobody on. And it's Grace Aragon, third baseman up. She hit a single and scored a run her first time up. 1 for 1, second plate appearance. 1-0 the count on her. That's going to be low, and it's going to cause her to do a little dance, little river dance there in the box, and manages to not get hit. So 2-1, or 2-0 the count. Two and 0 on Grace Aragon. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the second. Oh, she swatted that one. She caught a high one just right at the letters and pulled that one way to the left and out of play. Somebody will be chasing that. I think that may be in the neighbor's backyard over there across the field. So 2-1 is the count now. And another foul ball. This one stays in the park, goes beyond the Carlsbad dugout. So count now 2-2. 2-2. Hobbs 1 strike away from getting out of this at bat for Carlsbad and getting in the dugout, trying to get their bats going. 2 outs, 2-2 count, nobody on. And there's a changeup, floats just a little high. Aragon did not swat at that one. Brings the count full, 3-2. 2 outs, nobody on. Granillo, the pitcher, and that's inside for ball number 4. So Aragon, Grace Aragon works the walk on first base. Jana Aragon, your batter. She grounded out to third base her first time up. 2 outs if Hobbs can concentrate on getting that third out without any more damage being done in this inning, or this at bat. Oh, and that's going to be a ball. The throw from Rodriguez down to second, no good, as Cantu's there, but it pulls her way off high and over to the side. So Aragon, Grace Aragon, with a stolen base in scoring position now for Carlsbad. So 2 outs, a runner on second. Jana Aragon at the plate. 1-0 the count on her. And that is going to be high and outside for ball number 2. So 2-0 the count. As by this time in the first game, Hobbs already had 6 runs on the board. There's going to be a hit out in center field in front of Ralston. And that is going to be an RBI single. An RBI single for Jana Aragon. Brings Grace Aragon in from second. And another run scores. So 5-0 is your score. And Dean Crossland is out on the mound. It looks like we'll have a pitching change, as I think he's going to put Medina back in. We'll see. I think he's putting Medina back in. Medina was the winning pitcher in the first game. Is that Medina? Yeah, I think it's number 8. I think it's Medina back in. Is it 8? All right, maybe. No? Is it Marissa Young? Is it 8? No. Yeah, it's Marissa Young. Okay, Marissa Young. 8. Yeah. Marissa Young. So Granillo comes out. Marissa Young will come in. And I don't know if they will put Granillo on second or what that will do. We'll see. But Young will go. Young was playing second base. Now she'll go in as pitcher.
Quick update from Hobbs. The score is now tied 3-3.
So 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the second inning here in Carlsbad. The second game of a doubleheader. Carlsbad batting at the bottom of the second inning. They put 2 runs across. A runner on first. I think it's, let me look. I think it may be 16. Jimenez. I can't tell. I can't tell. I really can't. Monroe with a 1-0 count. So 2-0 count now on Jessica Monroe, center fielder. She had a 2-run home run her first time up. 2 outs, and that's going to hit the outside corner for strike 1. So 2-1 is the count, with Young facing her first batter in relief. And we've got a player out at second base, and I cannot tell the number. And, the Hobbs faithful looked at that and thought it should be a strike. They're disappointed, but it is 3-1 the count now. Just a little off of out of the zone, and that's going to miss as well. So Jana Aragon goes to second. Monroe takes the walk. Hannah Martinez, your second baseman, up to the plate. She had a long fly out to center field her first time up. Right-handed batter. She comes up with 2 outs, 2 on. Come on. And it's going to be a call strike 1. 0-1 the count on Martinez. This Hobbs really needs to get this third out. And there's a hit. It's going to go over the third baseman as Harrison grabs for it, but it's out of her reach. It goes out into left field. Cameron Harrison picks it up and throws in. So a nice play and a good throw, but it is going to score Aragon from second. So another run in for Carlsbad. They're up 6-0 now. Monroe goes to second, and Martinez has a single, an RBI single. And it is Haven Schoolcraft, the pitcher, up to the plate. She walked and got stranded her first time up. Ball 1-0 the count. That is going to hit the outside corner. Yes, float in and be a call strike. So that evens up the count. 1-1 on Schoolcraft. Is Young on the mound in relief. And a chopper is going to go to second base. And the second baseman, as I'm trying to catch her number to realize who it is. I don't know. I can't see the number to know who it is who went to second base. When Young took to the mound, I'm not sure. So it may be Angel Jimenez. It's very hard to see. So I'm going to put Jimenez with a question mark. Like you, Tommy, I think we'll put Jimenez with a question mark on it. I'm just not sure. But she made a good play. So it was 4-3, 4 unassisted. And she actually got Martinez out at second. Technically, Schoolcraft would have reached on a fielder's choice, but that was the third out. So number 17, Maddie Flacco, will be up when Carlsbad comes up to bat again in the bottom of the third, but we go to the top of the third. And Carlsbad was able to put 3 runs across. 3 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. No errors. And 1 left on base. There's 1, 2 left on base, actually, technically. So, yes, 2 left on base. 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. And we go to the top of the third inning. As Hobbs comes back up to the plate, bottom of the order, Candace Harrison, your third baseman, up to the plate. Change up from Schoolcraft, hits the inside of the plate for call, strike 1. So Schoolcraft mixing things up a little bit, throwing a change up first pitch. And Harrison expecting a fastball, I think, sitting fastball or a breaking ball. Doesn't even swing. Second pitch is in low for ball 1. Schoolcraft brings the heat, but it's too low. Harrison, good eye, lets it go, no swing. Candace Harrison, first plate appearance in this game, playing third base. And a swing and a miss for strike 2. 1-2 the count on Harrison. Hobbs really needs to get some runners on and move them around as Carlsbad's working a 6-0 shutout right now here in the top of the third inning. And Hobbs needs to stop the bleeding. And that's going to be low for ball number 2. So 2-2 the count. Harrison wisely laying off of that one. Just looking to get on base and get moved around. Try to at least spoil the shutout and maybe get a breakout at bat going. It is tough against a pitcher like Schoolcraft. And a swing and a little pop foul, a pop up, and a little, it's a fair ball. It was touched while in fair territory. So a little bloop pop that just too far away. Schoolcraft came in on it and Witzel went out to it, but they ended up having a little collision and the ball dropped safely. So Harrison is going to get there, and it's probably an error, I would say, an E1. Puts Harrison on second base. So Kaya Boyle, top of the order, back up for Hobbs. So no outs. First pitch is call, strike 1. 0-1 the count. Kaya grounded out to the third baseman her first time up. No outs, a runner in scoring position on second for Hobbs. Really need to start getting runs across. Oh, and that comes in. That ball rises a bit, ends up high, 1-1. As another off-speed, not really a changeup, but an off-speed pitch by Schoolcraft. Just rises a little too much, hangs up there. Harrison out on second. That is going to be outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count. Harrison brings the heat on a breaking ball, but misses just outside. No outs, golden opportunity for Hobbs to get some runs across, and that is going to be low for ball 3. So 3-1 the count now. 3-1 on Boyle, who's Hobbs' leadoff hitter. Second up to bat in this at-bat. Marissa Young on deck, Cantu in the hole. And that's going to be low and inside. Ball 4. Kaya Boyle works the walk. So runners on first and second now. Runners on first and second. No outs. Marissa Young to the plate. Young bats from the left. She had a pretty solid shot to the a solid grounder over to the shortstop her first time up. So she can meet that ball against Schoolcraft. That's going to be called strike 1 on the outside corner. So 0-1 the count. As Young watches it, gives it, kind of flinches on it, doesn't offer. 0-1 the count. Runners on first and second for Hobbs. No outs as Young shows bunt. And a throw as Witzel throws down to second. And they put the tag on Boyle, but they don't get her. Or not Boyle, but on Harrison. So Boyle still on first, but Harrison out there on second. She scrambles back safely. And that's going to be low and outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count now. 2-1 your count. Runners on first and second. No outs. Hobbs in a great opportunity and a great position here to get some runs across the plate. And that's going to hang up, just miss. High and outside for ball 3. So 3-1 the count as Schoolcraft issued her first walk of either game. The batter before this now has a 3-1 count. And that's going to sizzle across the outside corner for call, strike 2. The count is full on Young. Runners at first and second, no outs. And that's going to miss. Oh, that is call. Call strike 3 over the inside corner. I thought that was a little too inside and missed, but the ump was there for a reason. So strikeout. And that is strikeout number 3 in this game. Strikeout number 3 for the first out. Runners still at first and second for Hobbs. Cantu, the shortstop, up. She had a double, a solid stand-up double her first time up. She's 1 for 1. And the first pitch is in, and it is a ball. So 1-0 the count on Cantu. Runners at first and second, only 1 out. Hobbs needs to move those runners around and in, so they need some timely hitting here. And that is going to be a call, strike on the outside corner. Witzel fires down the first, trying to catch Boyle off. Boyle gets back safely. And that's 2. Cantu with a 1-1 count. That was a strike. And that's going to come in just a little high, as the ump said that was high. The Carlsbad faithful feeling like that was at the letters and a strike, but 2-1 is the count now. 2-1 the count, 1 out. Runners at first and second, and a swing, and that's going to fall in for a hit as it's just out of reach of Aragon at shortstop. And everybody, it's just going to be a single and move the runners around. So Cantu with a nice little shot that fell just beyond the shortstop, puts her on. So bases are loaded for Hobbs, only 1 out. Only problem is you got to force on any base now if the ball stays in the infield, and that is going to be inside for ball one on Garcia. So still one out. Bases are loaded. One out. Hobbs cannot afford to leave these bases loaded. Oh, and there's a changeup. It floats over right in the center of the plate. And it's a call, strike one. So 1-1 the count now on Garcia. As Hobbs has him loaded and needs to get him in. And there's a swing and a foul off to the right. Although Garcia probably shouldn't worry about trying to swing for the fences as much as just make solid contact with the ball and at least get it in the air and into the outfield to try to score at least one run. So 1-2 the count on her now. And swing and a miss as a strikeout sends Garcia to the dugout. Garcia, her timing wasn't too bad on that fast pitch, but she swung under the ball. So 2 outs, bases are loaded, and Hobbs just can't afford to have this opportunity and let it pass them by. They need to bring the runners in. I mean, they trail 6-0 here in the top of the 4th inning. Carlsbad is leading 6-0. First pitch in, high and outside for ball one. 1-0. Edith Chavez, right fielder, up to the plate. She struck out her last time up. She's another of Hobbs' capable hitters. 1-0 the count. And that is going to be, he's going to say that was inside for ball number 2. I was waiting for that. In the meantime, Witzel threw down to third base, trying to get Harrison off, but she gets back safely. Harrison on third, Boyle on second, Cantu on first. 2 outs, and that is going to be called strike one. So that one over the plate, I thought it might have been a little low, but it is a strike. 2-1 the count. We're in the top of the 3rd inning of this second of a doubleheader. And that's going to be called strike 2 on the outside corner. Evens up the count, 2-2 on Chavez. Hobbs really needs to move those runners around and hit in. And there's a ball, a high fly into center field. Monroe's under it. She has to go all the way back to the fence to catch it. And oh, Chavez giving it a ride, and a great long fly ball. Looked like it might even carry out of the field. Just missed the grand slam homer. Instead caught by Monroe for the 3rd out. So a fly out to center field ends Hobbs' threat. They leave him loaded. No runs on 1 hit. No errors, and 3 left on base. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 3 left on. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Carlsbad still leading this one 6-0. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lovington News and on Hobbs and Lee County. I'll get this right, on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. As we go to the bottom of the third inning, in the top of the third, Hobbs had no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 3 left on base. Ouch. And Maddie Flacco up to bat, first batter up for Carlsbad in this bottom of the third inning. And 3-1 is the count. Keeping this score bug is very... All right. So full count, 3-2 now on Flacco. So full count, 3-2. Bottom of the third inning, no outs. Flacco, first one up for Carlsbad, and that is going to miss just outside. Oh, so hard to watch that. Flacco takes her base. Aislinn Witzel, the catcher, up to the plate. She grounded out to the shortstop her first time up. So she is 0 for 1 in this game. No outs, 1 on. 1-0 the count on Witzel. Little bunt. Picking it up is Young, firing over to first as Jimenez covering. And I believe we have determined that is number 6 Jimenez at second now when Young went to pitch. So Jimenez, a nice job covering and a good throw by Young. So 1-4 for the first out. That does move the runner over to second. Flacco in scoring position now, but 1 out. And Whitaker looks at the first pitch. It is outside for ball 1. 1 out, 1 on. Bottom of the third inning. Carlsbad leading 6-0. Swing and a foul out of play off to our right for strike 1. 1-1 the count. 1 out, 1 on. Bottom of the third. Carlsbad leading 6-0. Second of a doubleheader. Hobbs won the first one 8-6. Now they trail 6-0. And Whitaker protecting the plate, I guess. Fouls it off to the right, out of play. So 1-2 is the count. That is Young on the mound in relief. Granillo started the game for Hobbs. And that's low inside. Rodriguez, a nice job digging that out, blocking it out, keeping it from getting past her. That probably would have put Flacco on third. 2-2 is the count. And that's going to miss outside for ball 3. So the count's full on Whitaker as Young and a swing and a foul. Count is still full. As Whitaker spoils one off, stays alive at the plate. I was trying to count as I believe Young has given up 3 walks, I believe, if I'm not charging her for one of Granillo's. And another foul as that's out of play. And that remains.
Folks, I've been corrected and I apologize. The Cave Girl JV won both of theirs tonight, 16-1 and 15-0.
So 18, Riley Whitaker at the plate. 18, Riley Whitaker at the plate. And that's going to fall in for a hit. A little Texas leaguer into shallow left field, kind of between left and center. And Whitaker has an RBI single. Whitaker with an RBI single is on first. Scores Flacco from second. So Carlsbad now 7-0. And it's top of the order time. Number 2, Faith Aragon, coming back up to the plate. She had a solo homer her last time at bat. First pitch comes in outside for ball 1. Still just 1 out. 1 out. Now a runner on first. 1 run scored. And a swing, and that's going to get by Cantu. She slid over, tried to knock it down. It got by her. So that's going to put Aragon on base. So Aragon reaches, moves Whitaker over to second, and brings up Grace Aragon, your third baseman, to the plate. She walked and scored her last time up, hit a single and scored her first time up. So she is 1 for 2. And that is going to hit the outside corner for strike one. So still 1 out, runners on first and second now, with Aragon at the plate. And a swing and a high fly. Coming under it is Garcia, and she catches it, hangs on to it. So a pop to the first baseman is out number 2. And that brings up Jana Aragon to the plate, your shortstop. She had an RBI single her last time up. Grounded out to third base her first time up. She's 1 for 2. Third plate appearance for her. 2 outs. Bottom of the third. Carlsbad leads 7-0. And a screamer right straight up the middle. Young in reflex tries to stop it. It gets through and goes to center. Ralston out there stops it, makes a great throw, but cannot keep Riley Whitaker from crossing the plate. So Riley Whitaker crosses. Now it's 8-0 at Carlsbad leading. 2 outs, though. Hobbs just concentrates on getting this third out. Runners at the corners for Carlsbad. First and third. So a single, an RBI single for Jana Aragon. And Jessica Monroe up to the plate. 2-0 the count now on Monroe. Monroe is your center fielder for Carlsbad. She walked and got stranded her last time up. That's going to hit the outside of the corner, or the outside of the plate. Crosses the corner, that is. 2-1 the count now. As Monroe had a 2-run homer her first time up at bat. 2 outs. And there's a little, that's going to be a hit. It falls just over the head of Jimenez into shallow right field as Chavez makes a stop, throws that in, but Aragon comes across the plate, and Jana Aragon is at third. Jessica Monroe has an RBI double. Jessica Monroe with an RBI double out on second. Runners at second and third. Still 2 outs, and there's a hit. It's going to go out in shallow right field. Chavez picks it up, throws it in, makes her cutoff point at second base, but it is going to score. Aragon from third and Monroe from second. So the wheels really coming off as most of these runs have crossed the plate with 2 outs. Hobbs just has not been able to contain, and Carlsbad. So now it is 11-0, your score. 2, 3, 5 of those runs across the plate in this at-bat. So we'll have a pitching change, and I believe they're going to bring back, they're going to bring Medina back in. So that's Yaraceli Medina. Yaraceli Medina now going to be on the mound. Medina was the winning pitcher in the first game. Hobbs won that first game 8-6. All 8 of their runs, though, were scored off of Faith Aragon, the starting pitcher. So Medina back on the mound, coming in relief. Medina will face Hannah Martinez. So 2 outs. Still 2 outs, and there is a runner on first. So that actually, Hannah Martinez is on first. All right, Hannah Martinez on first. Medina in relief will face Schoolcraft. All right, so Medina pitching to Schoolcraft now. First pitch is a ball, 1-0. And there's a hit. It's a foul ball, but coming in, trying for it was Chavez from right field. Coming over from second base, Jimenez gave it a chase too, but nobody could get to it in time. So it's just a long strike, and that evens up the count 1-1 on Schoolcraft. The Carlsbad pitcher. Medina is pitching. One runner on. Martinez on first. A little chopper is going to go behind. Oh, and tagging her. Yeah, she got her. So Cantu comes over and makes a good play as Cantu stops the chopper and then gets Martinez out at second base. So 6 unassisted makes the third out. Hannah Schoolcraft actually would have reached on a fielder's choice, but Martinez is thrown out. So it'll be Flacco who comes up to bat first when Carlsbad comes back up. In the meantime, Hobbs has an at-bat, and they are in the hole. They have got to come up with some runs as we are now going to the top of the fourth inning. They trail 11-0. Got some work to do, but they can do it. They'll come out swinging. They have got to put a few runs on the board at least to escape the danger of a run-ruled game. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball from Carlsbad on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. In the bottom of the third, Carlsbad put on 5 runs across on 4 hits. There were no errors, 1 left on base. So we go to the top of the fourth inning. 11-0 is your score as number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, the catcher, up to bat. She had a single. She hit a single and got stranded her first time up, so she is 1 for 1. Top of the fourth. No outs, nobody on. 2-0, 3-0 now the count. 3-0. So Rodriguez got to feel like the take sign is on. Hobbs needs base runners. And they need timely hitting. And there it is, a strike. So 3-1 the count as Schoolcraft throws the strike when she has to. Rodriguez looking to get something started for Hobbs. And that is going to be a call, strike, a smoker off the outside corner. So 3-2 the count. Rodriguez looking to pick out one of those, get a hit, and get on base. And a swing and a foul out of play. Count remains full as Rodriguez spoiling one off, staying alive at the plate. 3-2 the count. She's first one up for Hobbs. On deck is Cameron Harrison. In the hole, Kylie Ralston. Hobbs losing 11-0 in this one. And there's a little chopper over to first base. Flacco doesn't have to move. Picks it up, touches first base. So 1 unassisted for the first out. Brings up number 7, Cameron Harrison. Cameron Harrison, right-handed batter. She grounded out to the pitcher her first time up. She's 0 for 1 in this game. And there's a hit. Is it going to go foul? Yes, it is. Just by a couple of feet down the right field line. It just becomes a long strike for Harrison as she swung on that a little late but got some good contact on it. Sent it foul for strike one. 0-1 the count. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the fourth, Hobbs losing 11-0 in this one, but they beat Carlsbad in the first one. But if Carlsbad wins this one, they are the outright district champions. And a changeup from Schoolcraft misses on the inside corner and gets away from Witzel, but nobody on, no foul, no problem. 1-1 the count. 1 out. As Harrison now becomes the batter who wants to get something started for Hobbs, get a few runs in, at least spoil the chance of a run-ruled game. And there, she makes contact with that one, too. A sharp foul down the right side toward the Carlsbad dugout. So strike 2, 1-2 the count.
1-2 the count. You good over there?
So Carlsbad with a 24-1 overall record, 10-1 in district. Hobbs with 7-4 in district, 17-8 overall. Still a very solid showing in district and overall. By the way, Hobbs is ranked 11th overall in the state, and in 5A they're ranked number 9, the 9th ranked team. After beating Carlsbad in a game, that might change things for them as far as their state ranking. It probably assures them of a spot in the playoffs. Full count now, 3-2 on Harrison. 1 out, nobody on. She spoils another one off to the right. Harrison stays alive at the bat. This is about the 9. I think she's had about 9 pitches to her now, maybe something like that. 8 or 9. And that's going to be called. Strike on the inside, and Harrison knew it. She looked and kind of shook her head a little bit and thought, yep. So call strike on the inside corner for strike is for out number 2. Out number 2. Brings up number 5, Kylie Ralston, center fielder. Ralston has been a busy lady out in center field last game and this game. She has made a lot of catches. It's a substitute batter. Okay, we have a substitute batter, number 15, and a solid hit out to shallow center. And number 15 is Lexi Martinez. Yep, Lexi Martinez at the bat in for Kylie Ralston, and she hit the first pitch she saw and had a nice solid contact out in shallow center. So
Number 10, Candace Harrison.
Lexi Martinez on first. So Hobbs can get a 2-out rally going here. Number 10, Candace Harrison at the plate. That is number 10, right? Yep, Harrison at the plate. She reached on an error and got stranded her first time up. So 2 outs. A runner on first. A throw down from Witzel to try to get her off the base. Lexi Martinez scrambles back safely. So Martinez, a substitute batter for Ralston, hitting a solid single. Trying to get something started for Hobbs. They're getting shut out 11-0 in this second game of the doubleheader, but they did win the first one 8-6. And there's a hot grounder over to Argonne, who fields it and throws it over to first. So 5-3 in the book for the 3rd out. And Hobbs comes up short. 4 batters up, 3 down. No runs, 1 hit, no error, and 1 left on base. So we'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Carlsbad winning this one 11-0. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. The game is brought to you, and our broadcast brought to you, by award-winning internet provider TDS. Visit hellotds.com to learn more. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. In the top of the fourth, Hobbs had no runs on one hit, no errors, one left on base. And Maddie Flacco up to the plate first for the Cave Girls. Flacco playing first base. And Carlsbad leading this one 11-0. Bottom of the fourth. As 2 balls across the plate, no strikes. 2-0 is the count. And fouled off out of play to the right for strike one. So 2-1 is the count. So Hobbs surprising themselves and Carlsbad in the first game today, but they have been playing a very solid defensive game, and their only problem in the second game has just been getting timely hitting. They've been getting a few hits and some runners. They left them. They have left runners on. In fact, they left them loaded in the third inning. So scoring opportunities there, but they've left 1, 2, 5, 6 runners on base in this one. There's a ground ball over to Candace Harrison. She picks it up, fires over to Garcia, and Harrison with a very good arm, a bullet of a throw.
Number 3, Aislinn Witzel.
So first out, and number 3, Aislinn Witzel now to the plate, your catcher in the first and this game for Carlsbad. 1 out, bottom of the fourth, 11-0 your score. Carlsbad winning at the plate. And that is going to come in a little low for ball number 1. So 1-0 on Witzel. Witzel is 0 for 2. She grounded out to shortstop and grounded out to first base, or to the pitcher. And that is a sizzler as Medina hits the inside corner for 1-1. A lot of pop in the glove there. Of course, Medina coming in relief. Granillo started the game. Young came in relief. Medina relieved her. And there's a solid hit out to left field, and it's going to fall because Candace Harrison was playing. She had shifted way over to the left. There was a huge hole, and there will be again as Ralston playing pretty much straight away dead center, and Cameron Harrison playing very closer, much closer to the left foul line and foul pole. So a huge alley out there, and Witzel found it for a double. Medina throws a changeup, a very soft watermelon up there. And strike 1 against Whitaker. So Riley Whitaker at the plate. Witzel had a double. And that's a call, strike 2. So 0-2 is the count now on Whitaker, your left fielder for Carlsbad. She had an RBI single and scored her last time up. Hit a fly out to center. She's 1 for 2. And swing and a miss. So a strikeout for Medina. So Medina with a strikeout. And a very important second out for Hobbs. In this bottom of the 4th. 2 outs, top of the order now is Faith Aragon up to the plate. She's 2 for 3. And that's going to be a strike. No, going to be a little high. So a little high for ball 1. I thought it was close. Right over the plate, but just a little high, I guess. So 1-0 on Aragon, 2 outs. And that's going to be low and outside for ball 2. So Medina on the mound for Hobbs. Hobbs losing this one 11-1 so far. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. That is going to hit the outside corner for call, strike 1. A pop in that glove as Medina worked that breaking ball. And that's going to find its way as a hard grounder right by third baseman. Candace Harrison put her glove down trying to get on it, but couldn't get it in time. So that is an RBI single. Actually, she's gonna end up at second base. So an RBI double. She really had a single and moved over to second on the throw, but I'm going to write down double. It was a hard hit. Even though Hobbs fielded that about as well as you could for a ball that got to the outfield. Grace Aragon at the plate. 2 outs still. But another run across for Carlsbad makes it 12-0 as Aragon out on second. Grace Aragon, and there's a little foul. Garcia at first gave it a chase. Fell over there close to the Hobbs dugout. So strike 1. 1-1 the count now. On Grace Aragon. 2 outs. 1 runner on. And that's going to be inside and low for ball number 2. 2-1 the count. And that is going to be a little outside and low. So 3-1 is the count. So 3-1 the count. Aragon, Grace Aragon at the plate. Faith Aragon. And that's a long fly ball. Coming under it, though, is Cameron Harrison. Hangs on to it. She had to move over to her left and really watch that ball. So nice catch out in left field. A fly out to 7 for the 3rd out. Not before Carlsbad puts 1 run across, though. So 1 run.
Hobbs came in 7. Hobbs 4 came in our district champions.
So Carlsbad puts 1 run across on 2 hits. No errors. And 1 left on base. We're going to go to the top of the 5th inning with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County's News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Your score 12-0. Carlsbad leading. Hobbs has got some work to do. We'll be back. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. We go to the top of the 5th inning. In the bottom of the 4th, Carlsbad had 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. Top of the 5th, top of the order as Kaya Boyle up to the plate, and it's a 1-1 count on Kaya. She fouls 1 off for strike 2, so 1-2. Kaya worked a walk and got stranded on third her last time up. She grounded out to third base her first time up. So she is due, and Hobbs really needs to get a few runs across. They need to spoil the shutout and maybe have a breakout at bat. Nice hit. It's going to go foul, though, down the right field line. A long fly ball out into the right corner. I tell you, Guevara got on her horse and came very close to catching that out there, but it was a foul, so it just keeps the count at 1-2. So 1-2 the count. Boyle, leadoff batter for Hobbs. As Hobbs won the first of this doubleheader, 8-6. They are getting shut out in this one. They've had scoring opportunities. They've had runners on. They have played two very good, solid defensive games, and they've had hitting. But in this game, they have had trouble getting those runners around and in. There's a hit. That's going to fall out and drop outside of Aragon's reach over the shortstop into shallow left field. So Boyle, with a single, might be getting something started for Hobbs here in the top of the 5th inning. No outs, 1 on now. Marissa Young is playing, is at the bat, and so no outs, 1 runner on. First pitch to Young is a ball, 1-0 the count. And that's going to be a call, strike 1 over the outside corner. A lot of heat. Schoolcraft brought it. And that is going to be outside for ball number 2. Witzel doing a good job of blocking that one. Otherwise, Boyle might have been on second base. So 2-1 is the count. And that's going to find its way through as Young hits it off the end of her bat, and it goes between short and third for a single. Boyle moves to second. So 2 hits in a row, and Hobbs is in business. No outs. No outs. Runners on first and second. Cantu to the plate. She had a single her last time up, got stranded. A double her first time up, got stranded. She's 2 for 2. And that just misses the outside corner for ball 1. As Schoolcraft throws a breaking ball. Broke just a hair too much. And that's good news for Cantu. Hobbs really needs to work these runners around and in. They trail 12-0 here in the top of the 5th. And they've got to get at least 2 runs in, or 3 runs in, to keep this game from being over, because it's 10 runs after 5, 15 runs after 3, 10 runs after 5, and then this at bat. If they do not get at least 3 runs across, it'll be a 10-run rule game. So Hobbs has got to come through with at least 3 runs. And there's a foul back out of play. So 2-1 is your count now on Cantu. 2 for 2 in this game. Oh, and that is a strike on the outside corner. So 2-2 as Cantu watches that one. Got to be protecting the plate now. No outs, runners at first and second. 2-2 the count. And she hits this one, a long fly ball out to center. Moving over on it is Monroe. She catches it, but Boyle tags up and goes to third. So runners at the corners now as Boyle is on third. Cantu with a sac fly to center field. And that was the first out. Carissa Garcia, first baseman, coming up to the plate. So 1 out. Runners at first and third. Garcia struck out her last time up. Had a fly to center field her first time up, so she's 0 for 2 and due. And a long high fly is again going out to center. Monroe moves over and makes the catch and then makes the throw, but Boyle slides in safely, and then Witzel throws to second, and Young is in safely at second. So Boyle spoils the shutout. And Carissa Garcia with a sac fly, second sac fly in a row. The first one moved the runner. This one brought one in. 2 outs now, though. And Edith Chavez, right fielder at the plate. She hits this one. It's headed out to center field. And Monroe catches it, and that is it. That ends the game as Hobbs gave it a try. And they score 1 run on 2 hits. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. And this one ends at 12-1 in 5 innings. 12-1 in 5 innings is your final in the second of a doubleheader here. Hobbs won the first one 8-6. They fall 12-1, and Carlsbad wins the district championship with this victory. They end at 25-1 and 11-1 in district. Hobbs ends at 17-9 overall, 7-5 in district. And now the teams will await the decision of the NMAA, the seeding, the selection of the teams that will make it into the playoffs. Those playoff games will be next weekend, Friday and Saturday. Who will play whom? And the seedings will be determined. So we'll be back to wrap this second game up, though, quickly with more Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to the wrap-up of this second game. Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. 12-1 is your final score in 5 innings as Carlsbad wins in a run-ruled game. And here's how we got there. Carlsbad scored the 12 runs on 11 hits. They left 5 on base. They committed no errors. Schoolcraft was your starting pitcher and your winning pitcher. And Hobbs scored 1 run on 6 hits. They leave 7 on base, committed no errors. And your losing pitcher was your starting pitcher, Granillo, as Hobbs was losing all the way. They did spoil the shutout, but they lose the second one 12-1 in 5 innings. They won the first game, though, 8-6, knocking off Carlsbad. And Hobbs ends up at 17-9 overall, 7-5 in district. Carlsbad ends up 24-1 overall, 10-1 in district. And Hobbs, now all the teams are going to await the seedings and the decisions by the NMAA on Sunday to see who plays, when, and where next week. So I'm Dawn Morgan. Thanks for listening. As Hobbs came in, played excellent ball both games defensively, just had a little trouble getting runners on and getting runners in and around in that second game. Had scoring opportunities that I'm sure they wish they could have back, but solid ball played and exciting first game for sure. And that is going to do it for Hobbs' regular season. It's been a pleasure. This game brought to you by award-winning internet provider TDS. Get the blazing fast internet, integrated TV, and reliable at-home services, home or business. Visit hellotds.com to learn more. Thank you for watching and listening. Good night, everybody.